There will now be an opportunity for a silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. As it is protocol, allow me to once again recognize yourself, Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable MEC Mvoko, as well as the MECs that are present today. Allow me also to greet the House, honorable members, Honorable Werner, it's good to see you. A round of applause for Honorable Werner. Our guests in the gallery and those that are watching from our social media platforms, YouTube, X, and as well as Facebook, you are all warmly greeted. Okay. You are all warmly greeted. Molweni nonke. Goeiemorgen. That one, yes. Honorable members, Honorable Werner, I noticed that there are members who are not appropriately dressed in accordance with Rule 79, subsection 1A of the standing rules. May I therefore call upon the Chief Whip of the official opposition to attend and report back to the House from his seat. I think it's yourself, Honorable Van, because they've been appropriately dressed ever since you were absent. It's only now that you are back, now that they are dressed like this. It's yourself, it's Honorable Njoli, it's Honorable Aloni. I will hear from you, Chief Whip of the opposition. Honorable Mvoko, you must raise your hand.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Do you have your rule book today?
I didn't.
Oh, wonderful. We did say that it's yourself that is influencing other EFF members wrongly. We've been proceeding very nicely without you. You see now, you are exposed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate the fact that
No.
I'm the only one who's appropriately
No,
dressed here.
no. The Chief Whip of the opposition party is taking care of that. Wait.
Kauli?
Deputy
Yes,
Speaker,
ma'am.
I would like to report to you that I have discussed the matter with the members concerned with the dress code issue. And I had just 3 points to raise. Firstly, that they are not prepared to remove their clothing. And secondly, they're not prepared to leave the house. But thirdly, they've asked me to raise the fact that this matter is still being dealt with by the Ethics Committee and there has not yet been a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition party. I happen to be the chairperson of the committee that they are talking about. So I know exactly what is happening in that committee because it's chaired by myself. There is no such a thing. We are not dealing with that matter. The only thing that we are dealing with currently in that particular committee is referrals that were made due to what is currently happening even now. Therefore, the members who are not appropriately dressed are, according to Rule 102, deliberately contravening the provisions of the standing rules, and their conduct is in contempt of and are disregarded. They are disregarding the authority of the presiding officer. I shall now ask, where is Mr. Manin? Oh, Sergeant at arms to assist honorable members to take leave of the chamber.
I must excuse the
Chair,
Fogayan,
Deputy Speaker,
Sikuleke ngokuthemba.
before Mr. Maningi comes to us.
No, he's not going to assault you. Don't
No,
be-
he's going to ask us. We know we are part of the process.
Cela nje bafungulwe. Babele.
Don't distance yourself from what is happening there. We are still there, and it's still discussed there.
Okay, Mr. Manin.
So
Ngaqala pha ku Mr. Aloni, ku Mr. Ngonisancokola nechomi yam, because this is just a ncoko.
I give up with that kwinqoko apha ngokwethu.
Honorable Deputy Chair,
Kaloku benzithi uMr. Manina uzukwazi uthetha nami. Speak to Mr. Manina.
okay.
Nenqoko nawe kaloku.
Bathi bona the matter has not been. Indoda mayifungulwe bethuna.
Honorable members, just for the sake of time, the matter of the members that are inappropriately dressed will be referred to the Ethics Committee and will be further discussed on the day where we will invite them. But it must be noted that even when we invite them, sometimes they do not comply. So we just thought it is important that that gets to be noted by the House. We are going to quickly move to the motions now. I will now invite Honorable Tony to oh yes, okay. Sorry, thank you, GM. I noticed that the members are not cooperating with Sergeant in Arms, and in the circumstances that they don't, the conduct of honorable members, which is, where is Honorable Vena now? But Honorable Vena, Honorable Njoli, and Honorable Aloni will now be referred to ethics as indicated. It must be noted that I have ordered honorable members to take leave from the House, and they refuse to do so. Therefore, honorable members will therefore not be allowed to participate in the proceedings of today. That is the ruling. Thank you. Honorable Tony, you may table your motion.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greeting to yourself, the Acting Premier, the Executive. I now move, give a notice of motion in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that this House notes that the strides of government that are anchored on the solid foundation of the growth, empowerment and reconstruction strategy and economical growth path adopted by the 1996 administration, effectively called the Class of 1996, that the House appreciates the numerous strategies since the dawn of our freedom, that the strides strived to undo the remnants of the previous apartheid government that prescribed areas where our people must live based on their skin color. The repercussions of such discriminatory policies still persist, as they were an evil attempt to divide, remove, frustrate, and disempower our black communities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this House encourages municipalities and traditional leadership with a view to make land available for human settlement. Therefore, the House resolved, 1, to request the Department of Human Settlement to provide guidelines that regulate the allocation of housing units, taking into account the most vulnerable members of our society, including the elderly, child, to call upon the Department of Human Settlement to devise measures that will promote settlement of our people closer to places of economical activities, social education, health, and recreation amenities. Further, to encourage the Department of Human Settlement to devise a sustainable and integrated approach with a view to impact.
Sorry, Honorable Tony. Can the guys over there please deal with this thing of this thing? The sound system is giving us serious problems.
Yeah.
Please, you may continue, Honorable Tony.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Okay. To call upon the Department of Human Settlement in its strides to address the imbalances of the past, to explore the provision of low-cost houses, housing subsidies, and affordable rental units closer to places of employment. This is anchored on the 1955 Freedom and
Thank you very much, Honorable Tony. Your motion is noted and will be discussed at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. I will now proceed to Honorable Mbonyana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, Honorable Acting Premier, members of the Cabinet, amalungu onke endlu wesomthetho and our guests in the gallery, abantu bonke bephondo leMpuma Kapa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move a motion without notice in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature that this House notes the following. Number one, that we note the recent delivery of new police vehicles to the South African Police Service in the Eastern Cape Province, a milestone that demonstrates the government's continued commitment under the leadership of the ANC to strengthening law enforcement capacity and improving community safety. Number two, that we note that these vehicles will be distributed across priority districts, including OR Tambo, Rufenzo, Chrisani, and Nelson Mandela Bay, to enhance police visibility, improve response times, and support crime prevention initiatives, particularly in rural and township areas. That we recognize the delivery forms part of the national government's broader intervention to modernize the SAPS vehicle fleet and improve operational efficiency as announced in the 2024-25 national budget, which allocated over 1.4 billion for police fleet management and maintenance. Number four, that we commend the provincial SAPS management, the Department of Community Safety, and the Ministry of Police for ensuring that the service delivery continues to reach communities most affected by crime. Five, that we acknowledge that this intervention will significantly support ongoing community policing efforts, gender-based response units, and the fight against organized crime in the province. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, I move that the House resolves to call on all communities to work hand in hand with the SAPS to protect public infrastructure and promote collective responsibility in ensuring safer neighborhoods, and affirms the ANC-led governments remain committed to building a capable, well-resourced, and accountable police service that serves all citizens with dignity and professionalism. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mbonyana. Honorable members, I put the motion. Any objections? Thank you. I will now call upon Honorable Bonga to move his motion.
Hey, Kunzim. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move a motion in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. This House acknowledges that a 52-year-old East London teacher was arrested in October 2025 for allegedly trafficking at least 7 teenage girls, some as young as 16 years old, under the guise of offering them working opportunities and accommodation. The suspect allegedly recruited young women from rural areas, including Kumbu, Mthatha, and Ngeleni, coercing them into prostitution and forcing them to pay between 250 and 300 per night for accommodation. The Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, EHOCS, investigated this case from September 2023, revealing an operation that is far more sinister than initially suspected. Human trafficking represents one of the most grievous violations of human rights, particularly when perpetrated by individuals in positions of trust, such as educators. Traffickers exploit vulnerable rural population by offering false promises of education, employment, and improved living conditions. Further notes that despite the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act 7 of 2013, enforcement gaps and resource constraints continue to allow trafficking operations to flourish. Victims require comprehensive support services, including shelter, trauma, counseling, legal assistance, and reintegration programs. Rural communities in the Eastern Cape remain vulnerable due to the poverty and limited awareness about trafficking tactics and coordination between law enforcement, social services, education departments, and civil society organizations remains inadequate in addressing the challenges of human trafficking. Therefore, this House resolves that the Eastern Cape Department of Education must devise induction and empowerment programs that prepare educators for an unwanted social ills that may negatively affect the teaching and learning environment. Secondly, the provincial government must accelerate its effort to create economic empowerment programs for at-risk youth in rural areas, providing legitimate educational and employment opportunities. The Eastern Cape Department of Social Development should collaborate with NGOs with a view to establish safe houses for trafficked survivors and roll out targeted awareness campaigns to benefit vulnerable communities throughout the province. The South African Police Services and its structures should receive increased resources and specialized training to investigate and prosecute trafficking cases expeditiously. The Department of Social Development, the Department of Education, the Office of the Premier, the Department of Community Safety must engage the civil society with a view to developing a coordinated awareness campaign that can culminate into provincial anti-trafficking response strategy. And the Eastern Cape Office of the Premier must establish a nerve center where the implementation of the multi-departmental anti-trafficking task team is coordinated and monitored. The Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature should receive quarterly reports on the anti-trafficking initiatives, prosecution outcomes, and the victim support services that are provided to victims. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Ponga. Your motion is noted and will be discussed, it will be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. I now call upon Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, rules of order of Section 37 and 38 of the South African Schools Act. All school expenditure must be fully documented. In Department of Education's financial management policies governing school funds, that in investigation into the financial shocking allegations of financial misconduct by the principal Mhlaba at Ulwazi High School in Mtansane, a no-fee school serving 1,200 school nutrition program, learning materials and school maintenance was allegedly diverted and misused for luxury and cash. According to verified financial records, more than 250,000 was spent at upmarket restaurants. 250,000 rand was withdrawn in cash ATMs, 226,000 rand was taken as cashbacks. Restaurants like KFC and using a bank card linked to the school's official bank account. That the school nutrition program has in the service providers plunging it in further into debt and compromising learner welfare. Alleged that some members of the school governing body reported to receive tokens of appreciation, including cash disbursements in schools, and prohibit school governing bodies from being remunerated in any way for the performance of their duties or for the attendance of meetings, was suspended only after public outcry, revealing a serious delay in administrative action by the department. That the use of school funds exposed facts. That this is not an isolated incident, with similar governance and financial irregularities recently exposed at Ibotwe Primary School of the implicated principals. That while whistleblower accounts allege that the Risk Management Committee current that the continued misuse of public education funds represents a gross betrayal of the constitutional right of every child to quality education. Therefore, that this House resolves that an independent investigator be appointed to conduct a full forensic and program and all related expenditure. An independent external auditing authority be appointed to review the department's existing and enforce proper financial governance. A framework for the independent external auditing of school audit and procurement processes should be established. Mandate the PFMA and relevant financial regulations. That criminal referrals be made to the South African Police Service and applicable Treasury regulations, and that the Department of Education pursue recovery of misappropriated and necessary. That lifestyle audits should be conducted on all implicated school and district officials to identify and address province-wide forensic and financial audit be initiated into the financial misconduct and mismanagement in high-risk schools, beginning with the Buffalo City.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. Honorable Fihlani.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move in terms of 130 subsection A to amend the motion as put up by Honorable Hendricks regarding to Ulwazi High School. As the department has already ongoing investigation on the alleged irregularities. Then I also move that the report of the department, not of the external investigators, the department must do that report and report to the Portfolio Committee of Education and further emphasize the importance of the robust internal controls and ethical standards in all our schools. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Khune.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and greetings to you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this motion is a substantive motion. Therefore, a substantive motion is 131. Now, the precedents, if we move substantive motions with 130, it changes the essence of 130 motions. And therefore, while the amendment is correct, Chair, but this motion should be deferred for debate on section 131. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khune. The motion has been moved. It has also been amended, but the nature of the motion is that one of 131. Therefore, then the motion has been noted and will be debated at a later stage as its nature dictates, as in accordance with Rule 133 subsection 1. Thank you. Okay, I think we are done with our motions. That was the last one. Honorable members, please note that we have visitors from Ikala TVET College, all the way from Stakespruit and Jogabi, which are led by Mr. Ngogodo. Yes, it's Mr. Ngogodo. Sicela baphakame nibabone. You are welcome in this August house. Bantu baseikala siyabulela balithena sivizithela namhlanje nihamba nomhlekazi uNgogodo. Nacanda amatafa nazofika apha sibulela kakhulu ke namkelekile ke kulomzi walapha legislature ningahlala phansi. Sinazo ke lezi visitors, honorable members, but they have not yet arrived. So we'll proceed and recognize them. We'll now move to member statements.
Deputy Speaker.
Can I be noted, Honorable Deputy Speaker, too?
Yabongoni phikisana wabini apha di hoyompi di hoye wena Honorable Van.
I'm saying in front of us we have a motion from Honorable alone. He's standing up because of that.
Oh, okay. I think there's a ruling up with regards to that. Unless Keniti
What is the ruling?
ani nansik ani naxesha layo lo ruling.
What is the ruling, Deputy Speaker?
Oh, we were outside. Honorable Aloni, we feel a ruling.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we respect the decision.
Yes.
But on the to punish us twice.
Oh, that one, the fairness is our ethics.
No,
it's not for this platform, Honorable Alo. I agree that it might happen that that will not fair, but it's the ethics committee that will decide whether we were fair or not. And
what I was trying to say.
Honorable Aloni, I think I have made the ruling. Thank you. We're moving to member statements. Honorable Fihlani. Honorable Galambisa, what are you wearing? Oh, it's a dress. Sorry. I'm sorry, Honorable Galambisa. I'm sorry. I didn't see it properly. I'm sorry. I nearly suspended you. Honorable Hendricks, while Honorable Honorable Fihlani is still looking for the paper, you may proceed with your statement.
I'm ready, Honorable.
No,
Okay. Honorable Deputy Speaker, October is widely known as a Breast Cancer Awareness Month and Mental Health Awareness Month. Additionally, it is recognized for the several other awareness activities, including National ADH Awareness Month, Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and National Down Syndrome Awareness Month. Breast Cancer Awareness Day is not a single day, but a month-long campaign celebrated every October in South Africa. The campaign runs from October 1st to October 31st and focuses on raising awareness about breast cancer, promoting early detection. The main goal, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is to educate the public, encourage regular self-examinations, and promote early detection as it significantly increases the chances of survival and an opportunity to support those that are affected by the disease. We wear pink in October. We wear pink in October to raise awareness for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, symbolized by the pink ribbon. This global initiative aims to educate the public about the importance of early detection, support those affected by the disease, honor survivors, and fund the research cure. We would like also to send a message to those women in this august house and that may be watching and listening from the comfort of their homes, that for women at the average risk, the best age to start getting mammograms is at 40, with screenings recommended every 1 to 2 years thereafter. The frequency can vary, with some guidelines suggesting that annual screenings for ages between 40 and 54, and every 2 years for ages 55 and 74. Women with higher risk factors such as strong family history may need to start early or to be screened more to encourage women. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me close by stating that we salute all those strong, incredible, dedicated mothers and women and girl children as they play an integral part in today's society, both in the workplace and in our homes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members of this esteemed House. Since my section 130 was subverted now, surviving on a single plate of SAMP, those entrusted with the care of their kids were dining on fine restaurants, swiping the school bank card at liquor stores, and treating the school account as their personal ATM. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the videos and images circulating on social media following the revelations that over 1 million rand intended for the school nutrition program for a no-fee school was squandered by the school principal, Mr. Mhlaba, and this is enough to make anyone's stomach turn. Let us not beat around the bush. This is theft from the mouth of hungry children. Financial records reveal that over 250,000 was spent on luxury restaurants. Over 12,000 rand was spent in one nightclub in one night. Further 450,000 was withdrawn from ATMs and 226,000 was taken as cashbacks. And while Mr. Mhlaba there is no excuse for the over 7,000 rand that was spent on liquor. Even members of the school governing body are implicated. Having allegedly of appreciation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, being in direct violation of Section 37 morally reprehensible. Learners have confirmed that they were not receiving the full meals, not because the funds were not there, but because of the shameless actions of gluttony. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Department of Education's response was a mere precautionary suspension, despite having received these reports in June of 2025. This is a slap on the wrist for grand-scale thievery and a spit in the face of justice. Such a response says that financial misconduct, corruption in a school comes without real consequences. Worse still, this behavior is not isolated. The fact that principals of 3 different schools have been suspended in quick succession for similar financial misconduct is worrying. The fact that unreliable audit trails of financial records of schools can fall through the cracks for years is worrying. Honorable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance called
As your Honorable Hendricks.
and criminal prosecution of Mr. Makalima and all implicated parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. Honorable Premier, Acting Premier, do you want to take?
Order.
Order, Speaker.
Honorable Hune.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I did not want to disrupt. To refer a motion to its appropriate clause in the rules can't be subversion. Subversion is totally something else. So I rise in the point of order that it can't be subversion.
No, it's fine, Honorable Hune. I understand that you did not want to disturb the proceedings. But I agree that was incorrect. But let's move. Honorable Acting Premier, you have 10 minutes. Itijanisiwe yonke. If uzawubengela MEC babengela phakula 10 minutes iwan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, the honorable members of the House. I will allow the 2 MECs to talk to the 2 member statements. MEC Chapa will start and MEC Gade will follow.
Good morning to you, Deputy Speaker, the Acting Premier, MECs, Deputy Chief Whip, members of the Legislature. Good morning. Let's appreciate the member statement made by the Deputy Chief Whip. Indeed, cancer is one of those that are #1 killers in the country and in the province. And we are doing everything in our power as the department to see to it that we assist our cancer patients. But we always say prevention is better than cure. So we really agree with the member that we must continue to advocate for breast cancer awareness. But we also want to add that it does not only affect females, it affects men as well. So all of us have got the responsibility to take care of our health, go and test, so that if we detect early, we'll be able to give you treatment, because cancer is curable if detected early. And again, we want to say prevention is better than cure, because it costs a lot for a department to cure one cancer patient. It doesn't cost us less than 200,000 per patient if it's not detected early. So we fully agree, and we encourage members to do the self-test as well. But at some point, we will request from you, Deputy Speaker, to bring especially so that they can teach you how to do it. We've got a song and a dance that we use when we are testing our app for breast cancer. So we really appreciate and acknowledge what has been said. Even today, there is a cancer awareness program by the department in Alfredo, but we also want to commend the people of the province. But we've seen across the province, everyone has been having a cancer awareness program. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kapa. Maybe next time when we see it, you must invite your team there. We want that song and a dance so that we get to hear it. Honorable MEC Kade.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Good morning to you. Good morning to the members at large, and good morning to the sponsor of the member statement. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, we received the shocking news around 30th, if not 29th of July, through the investigative teams that we have established via the risk unit that we have in terms of the internal audits protocols of the department. We are currently engaged on this matter. It's quite a very sensitive one. I would advise not to sensationalize legalities and probably rather wait for the report, the extensive report that will be presented into the portfolio committee and then come back to the House if necessitates that. Precisely because of some of the sensitive information that we are receiving and also the sub judice matter in the very same process that Honorable Hendricks is raising. So I don't want us to conclude on the matters raised on the social media, because when they are tested against the wall, most of the cases, they don't appear to be like that. Already damaged the individuals that have been lifted there. So it's quite a very sensitive matter, which I would just say we are busy working on it. The investigators are on the spot on the matter, and within a short space of time, we'll be taking that report to the portfolio committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will now ask the Secretary to read the first subject matter.
Draft resolution, Ms. M.J. Cowley.
All right. Honorable members, please note that the Whips Committee took a decision that the draft resolution will be introduced within 10 minutes by each member that moves that draft resolution. Therefore, Honorable Cowley, you have 10 minutes and it starts now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I think I prefer the Miss Cowley. It makes me sound much younger. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable members, officials and guests, I greet you all. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the story of the collapse of Makanda and the outlying villages of the Makana local municipality is not a good story to tell. On the contrary, it is a devastating tale of malfeasance, corruption, protectionism, and incompetence. This town, until about 10 years ago referred to as a national treasure, has literally and figuratively been trashed by an uncaring and unqualified cabal of alleged thieves. The Makana local municipality has received 5 or 6 consecutive disclaimer audit opinions from the Auditor General, including for the 23-24 financial year, confirming the absence of credible financial records, pervasive ongoing non-compliance with the MFMA, and the failure of all internal controls. The facts speak for themselves. In the past 5 years alone, accumulated irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure have now stood at a whopping
5.3 billion South African rands. This alone, Honourable Deputy Speaker, could have paid for a new water reticulation system and a new sewage system for the entire Makanda twice over. Instead, they have absolutely nothing to show for it. Instead, the university, the factories, the High Court, the schools, the prison, the hospitals, and the residents are forced to walk through sewage in their backyards and in the streets, while water remains a rare commodity that appears once in a blue moon in their taps. It is a sad day when the businesses and institutions that keep the municipality afloat have to procure their own water to operate. Another fact, service delivery is non-existent. According to the AG, KPA, or Performance Area 1, known as Basic Service Delivery and Infrastructure Development, 98% of the budget was spent. And how many targets were achieved? 0, zilch, dololo, nothing. Honourable Deputy Speaker, is this a good story to tell? Is this how you show that you care for the people of the Eastern Cape? The James Kleinhans water treatment works upgrade, intended to double Makana's water capacity, has escalated from 160 million rand to 700 million rand plus, yet remains non-functional with only one operational pump and no confirmed completion date. In 2022, a payment of 2.6 million was made for an additional water pump that was never delivered. It disappeared. This prompted a criminal case to be opened against the senior municipal officials, including the mayor, the speaker, the MM, and the CFO in July of this year. The pump miraculously reappeared on a floor in a warehouse in Gauteng last month. Obviously, someone wasn't paid their cool drink money and decided to dump it. Civil society, faith leaders, political organizations, and residents have staged multiple petitions and protests, including a 1,300 signature memorandum delivered to COGTA this year, calling for the urgent removal of the current council. Your government has chosen to ignore them. Deputy Speaker, 2 attempts to dissolve the Makana Council through the courts have stalled on appeal, including firstly the Eastern Cape High Court's 2020 ruling ordering dissolution, and secondly a subsequent Section 18 enforcement bid dismissed after the SCA granted leave for appeal, leaving the order unenforced and delayed for over 5 years. Last September, a Section 154 intervention was initiated by the MEC for cooperative governance, but has failed to arrest the collapse. The lead engineer appointed to oversee water recovery reportedly left the municipality under threat for his life, and critical technical work remains incomplete. And I find this quite bizarre, because just on Tuesday we were told that the provincial sphere of government cannot intervene in local government matters. If that were the case, why was the MEC there in the first place? And why has he been back again if he has no jurisdiction there? As things now stand, Makana now meets the threshold for mandatory intervention under Section 139(5) of the Constitution and Section 136 of the MFMA, having demonstrated persistent financial failure and an inability to provide basic services as required under Section 152 of our Constitution. Deputy Speaker, the current council has irretrievably failed in its legislative and executive duties, and no further non-coercive support measures will yield meaningful recovery. And believe me when I say this, they have not acted alone. The Troika is in cahoots with a rotten administration that has enabled and even encouraged corruption and malfeasance to flourish. They should have been fired a long time ago. The continued operation of this council undermines the constitutional rights of residents and jeopardizes public health, education, economic stability, and municipal integrity. But it goes further than that, Deputy Speaker. You see, the people of Makhanda love their town, all of them. They are devastated by your dismissal of their challenges, all of them. Businesses don't want to leave, but in some cases, you have left them no choice. Every business that shuts its doors or leaves due to service delivery collapse means more families without an income and another community without hope. You have robbed the people of Makhanda of the one commodity that should be free. You have robbed them of hope. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I urgently appeal to you to take the following bold steps, or actually, Honourable Premier, through you, Deputy Speaker. Number one, call upon the Eastern Cape Provincial Executive to immediately invoke Section 139(1)(c) of the Constitution and dissolve the Makhanda local municipality on the basis of sustained service delivery failure and financial mismanagement. Two, appoint an independent administrator to assume full legislative and executive powers for the duration of the dissolution period, with a mandate to stabilise municipal finances, enforce full MFMA compliance, ensure the completion and operationalisation of the James Kleinhans water treatment works, restore reliable water, sanitation, electricity and refuse services, and table a revised and funded financial recovery plan within 60 days and ensure that it is implemented. And thirdly, to refer this resolution to the National Council of Provinces and the Minister of Cooperative Governance in accordance with Section 139(3)(a) to ensure national oversight and support for immediate remedial action. Deputy Speaker, this is not a good story to tell. A happy ending is entirely in the hands of the ANC. I would like to end with one more fact. The people of Makhanda have had enough. Badikiwe. Hulle is gatvol. And if you choose to continue to ignore them, then know this: they will return the favor next year in the polls. They will punish you where it is starting to hurt you more and more, at the ballot box. The rest of the story is up to you. Will the last chapter save you or sink you? We will know by the end of this debate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kauli. I now invite Honourable Odendal from the Democratic Alliance. Put it first so that you put it. Oh, okay.
Once a proud and vibrant centre of learning, culture and history, Makhanda now stands as a sobering reminder of what happens when governance fails, accountability disappears, and leadership loses its moral compass. Despite years of provincial oversight, repeated interventions, a court order compelling compliance with constitutional obligations, and countless pleas from residents and civil society, the municipality continues to fail its people. Makhanda has not only neglected its most basic constitutional duties, the provision of clean water, safe sanitation, and proper waste management, but it has also descended into financial chaos and administrative paralysis. We've heard Honourable Cowley talk about the 2.6 million rand water pump that disappeared. This municipality can't even keep track of its infrastructure. What chance does an ordinary resident have of their service delivery queries being resolved? The James Kleinhans water treatment works, a project meant to be a beacon of progress and improve vital services for residents, has become a monument of mismanagement. From an initial budget of 160 million rand to over 700 million rand, with the result being infrastructure which still fails to function. Service delivery has collapsed to the extent that sewage runs through the streets, taps are dry for weeks, and rubbish piles up in residential areas. And I want to take this opportunity to applaud the business community for what they've done in Makhanda to try and assist that municipality. I want to tell them, in the words of the song by Frank Sinatra, New York, New York, if you could make it there, you could make it anywhere. This is not merely a case of poor governance. It is a profound betrayal of public trust and a violation of the residents' constitutional right to dignity, health, and a clean environment. Civil society has petitioned, marched, litigated. The High Court has ruled on Makhana's failures and ordered intervention, yet the people suffer. The municipality has been under various forms of interventions over the past 14 years, yet the lives of the residents have not improved. In fact, the situation has steadily worsened. For more than a decade, the people of Makhana have been promised renewal and reform, yet their daily reality remains one of indignity and hardship. Taps that run dry, refuge that is never collected, and sewage that seeps into the very streets where our children play. In 2024, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs deployed a technical support team led by Mr. Raymond to stabilize the administration and restore basic functionality. Under his leadership, the team made commendable progress in identifying systematic problems in providing practical solutions. However, instead of being supported, Mr. Britnell and his team faced intimidation and threats from within the municipality itself. Repeated requests for risk assessments and protection were ignored, and ultimately, Mr. Britnell was forced to flee Makhanda in fear of his life. This tragic episode reveals more than administrative dysfunction. It exposes a municipality captured by self-serving individuals who have no interest in the well-being of our residents. Those entrusted to lead have instead entrenched corruption and chaos, silencing those who seek to provide relief and reform. It is abundantly clear, should I say it louder? Those entrusted to lead have instead entrenched corruption and chaos, silencing those who seek to provide relief and reform. It is abundantly clear that interventions by provincial government have failed to yield any progress. The Auditor General has, as we've heard, for 6 consecutive years issued disclaimed audit opinions, confirming that the municipality's financial records cannot be trusted. Within the past year alone, the South African Human Rights Commission has been compelled to subpoena the municipality twice over its failures in water supply, sewage mismanagement, and waste removal. What an embarrassment. The Commission questioned why the Mayor had not yet invoked Section 54 of the Municipal Structures Act to dissolve the Council, a stark indication of just how dire the situation has become. It is against this grim backdrop that we must confront a painful truth. Makhana's collapse is not due to a lack of attention or assistance. It is not the result of ignorance or lack of oversight by other spheres of government. On the contrary, intervention after intervention has been deployed. Reports have been written, administrators appointed, and technical support teams sent. Yet, despite more than a decade of oversight, the situation has not improved. What we see instead is a municipality that has become impervious to reform, A council consumed by a cancer of corrupt officials that is eating away at every structure of government. A system so deeply captured and dysfunctional that even the most well-intentioned efforts are suffocated by corruption, intimidation, political interference, and a complete disregard for the lives and dignity of our people. It is abundantly clear that the threshold for dissolution under Section 1391C has been met. The failures are systematic, exceptional, and harmful to residents. Dissolving the council and appointing an administrator is no longer a political choice. It is a constitutional necessity to restore governance, accountability, and dignity to the people of Makana. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance stands firmly behind this motion because it is clear that the people of Makana cannot wait any longer for relief. Residents have been denied most basic services, subjected to water shortages, overflowing sewage, and a complete breakdown of municipal governance. They have petitioned, marched, litigated, yet their cries have gone unanswered and their dignity ignored. The municipality has been captured by those who prioritize personal gain over public good. Repeated interventions, technical support teams, provincial oversight, court orders have all failed to restore even minimal functionality. And as such, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we can no longer sit idly by and watch as taxpayers' money is squandered through mismanagement and corruption. And this is not a matter of politics. It is certainly of circumstance. It is a matter of a constitutional obligation. And the Honourable MEC himself, MEC Williams, in some of our COCTA portfolio committees, admitted that we've got a serious problem with leadership in that municipality. And to his credit, he tried to intervene, but that intervention was rejected. And now it becomes time that this House rejects the leadership that is being provided in that council, and to make sure that we do it for the people of Makana. The DA supports this motion because the residents of Makana deserve an administration that can deliver services, manage resources responsibly, and uphold the Constitution. Dissolving the council and going to fresh elections is the only path to restore governance, accountability, and hope. We owe it to the people, and we must act decisively. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Otendal. Honourable Ngobo. Mrs. Mitatu, that you are in the speech circle.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, Makana Municipality has constantly failed to deliver basic services, particularly water and sanitation, in violation of Section 152(1)B of the Constitution. The failure of leadership and lack of political will perpetuated conditions amounting to violation of human rights, including the right to access water, Section 127(1)B, the right of housing, Section 26, and the right of healthy environment, Section 24 of the Constitution of South Africa. Despite repeated provincial intervention, including the ongoing Section 1395 intervention, the Makana municipality continues to fail in executing the executive obligation, resulting in sewer spills, persistent water shortage, and widespread infrastructure decay, particularly in historical disadvantaged people. After 30 years of democracy, certain communities in Makana, still rely on bucket sanitation system. It's too bad. And some of them, it takes 3 months to collect those buckets. In Makana, some of the people there, they are used their own vehicles to collect those buckets. Honorable Chair, the Provincial Executive Council should invoke Section 139(1)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa to dissolve the Makana municipality on the grounds that it has failed to fulfill its obligation as required by the Constitution and legislation. Honorable Chair, failure to support this motion, it is a clear indication of handing over of power of that council to the opposition, because people will not vote for such things. People are tired. I therefore support this motion on condition that people of Makana get the proper services, and those in government must be able to elect the good people to govern. It is an opportunity for the ruling party to make things right, change the leadership, dissolve the municipality, and put right people so that the people can benefit in the whole system of government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Why? He only spoke to one paragraph of 2 pages. Thank you, Honorable Konza from the ANC. Honorable Konza, you have 20 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me observe the protocol that has already been established due to time, but allow me to pass a special greetings to the viewers and listeners at home and the special guests that we are having in the gallery. The motion that I rise to debate on behalf of the ANC, Honorable Deputy Speaker, calls for the dissolution of a municipality, Makana in particular, in line with Section 139, subsection 1C of the Constitution of the Republic. Honorable Cowley has listed reasons for this call, which I will talk about later in my debate. She also attributes the call to the municipality having met what she calls a threshold for mandatory intervention under Section 139, subsection 5 of the Constitution. The section, honorable members, mandates the provincial executive to intervene in a financially struggling municipality in 2 ways. One is that it can have an imposition of the financial recovery plan aimed at assisting an affected municipality with correcting measures for the situation. The second option is that, if necessary, as per the law, the council can be dissolved and an administrator be appointed. Section 136 of the MFMA, as quoted again by Honorable Cowley, articulates the same, enabling such interventions as the mandate or as they emanate from the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, whilst digesting the above as a way of prefacing my debate, I won't fail to remind the honorable members that, by its nature, anything that deals with local governance is prone to trigger silenced and suppressed memories of what was in the past, what it did to us as a people, the legacy thereof, the shortcomings from the legacy, and its footprints in the gaps and injustices that are currently embedded in the local space that is concerned, with Makana included in that scenario. Majority residents that were structurally secluded from quality service provision, as painted in the picture I will draw below, are now beneficiaries of bursting water pipes, sewage spillages, and dilapidating infrastructure, as the motion suggests. This is because such pipes were meant and designed for a few than what they are currently serving. On average, the population of Makana has grown from 77,656 in 1996 to 97,815 in 2022, representing 21.68% growth in the said period. Clearly, that picture is totally different now. Of this number, honorable members, 72,213, which is 69.8%, is black. 11.95, which is 11.3%, is white. With 12.244, which is 12.9%, being colored. The remaining 0.9 is Asian. The interesting reality of these figures of the population is indicative of the possible inability of the current infrastructure of Makana, not only to service the minimal number of those it was meant for at the time that it was enacted, but totally incapacitated to carry the burden of those that were previously deprived of such services and of accessing such infrastructure. This is further evidenced by the struggle that Makana is faced as it failed to eradicate the bucket system, especially in the area of Ndangama by 2012 to 2014, as it had envisaged and targeted to do so. Ndangama is in Ward 9 in Makana. Although that has been resolved now, but Makana struggled to deal with it. With regards to water, just as of 2021-2022, Makana provided water approximately to 22,336 households. That is 2022. Of these, 20.162 are inside household, or water is provided inside the households, with a mere 1,650 accessing it within the RDP 200 meter radius. These honorable members glaringly paints the backlogs just in water and sanitation that Makana has been for years battling to provide, not even as equity service, but as the basic service. Costing it is another story and needs sober minds with conscience and ability to justifying failure and to comprehend from what propaganda is and cheap politicking does when people don't want to think. Whilst not justifying failure by the current leadership in Makana, it is an undisputable reality that this municipality has to carry the load of delivery failures cited here, when we know that the backlog municipalities are grappling with all over in relation to servicing the majority were deliberate, and current resources make them to remain a going concern that depicts the chasing of a moving target. This has not to, by any mischievous way, be perceived as encouraging municipalities to fail to meet their constitutional obligations or mandates, but that they need to be assisted. There is no way that the ANC can't be infuriated by any injustice that deprives any citizen of their rights by failing to service them. It is just a friendly reminder that the past will not be easily erased, nor will it be forgotten. As the ANC Honorable Speaker, we reaffirm our commitment to the principles of cooperative governance, good financial management, and accountable leadership. That is why we applaud the steps of the executive exhausting the first step of the Section 139, subsection 5 of the intervention and support that I talked about. The ANC also commends the steps taken by the Portfolio Committee on COCTA for summoning this municipality and 7 more other municipalities to the committee to account on their failure to meet their obligations, to enforce oversight on the work of the relevant departments, and to ensure commitments are made on time-framed actions aimed at addressing the failures. This is additional to us recognizing the constitutional duty of the provincial government to intervene where municipalities experience challenges. At this point, allow me to do what the motion has completely failed to do, deliberately so, I guess. Firstly, the motion has intentionally failed, if not side-looked, the directed obligation placed by the Constitution on the provincial executive to impose a financial recovery plan for Makana and to provide other necessary approaches meant to rescue a municipality and to implement concrete steps towards stabilizing such a municipality and ensuring restoration of service delivery. The big question to ask now is whether the provincial executive of the Eastern Cape has reneged on its responsibility, therefore rendering Makana to dissolution as the sole source of the sustenance of governance there. Is the line of thought of the mover of this motion genuine? That is the second question. The answer to both questions is a big no. And as the ANC, we support the current route followed by the executive. Honorable members and comrades, we are awake to the reality that even before the legislature portfolio committee on Kokta, Samond, Makana, Sundays River, and 8 more other municipalities to account to it, the executive was long on the ground in Makana to avert, to support, and to intervene. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me, for the benefit of the House and the mover of the motion, now respond to the issues that she has raised as reasons for her call, so that everyone sees that dissolution, which should be the ultimate resort, would at this stage interpret into a loss of the investment already made in Makana and would to some extent destabilize service delivery at this moment. 1, on 5 consecutive disclaimer audit opinions, the ANC is similarly angered by this continued failure, acknowledging the support given to the municipality over years. It's not supposed to be like that. However, it recognizes the staff turnover from the finance division with staff with capabilities leaving that municipality and looking for greener pastures. The ANC knows and encourages the implementation of consequence management initiatives as started by that municipality against those that are not implementing the post-audit action plan under the watchful, and this should happen under the watchful eye of the MECs for Kokta and Provincial Treasury, and the assistance by the AG as it is continuing. Additionally, the monthly updated web-based audit action plan should be strictly implemented and monitored. 2, on the collapse of service delivery and multiple protests as cited, the ANC encourages the recent and continuous engagements by the MEC and the recent visit working with the MEC of the Deputy Minister for the Department of Kokta, listening to the people of Makana and appraising them of the intervention packages that are currently in place. The department is assisting Makana with several interventions, inclusive of water conservation and demand management, and that is currently taking place. As sustained intervention since 2023 to date, the department has availed about 49 million for Makana emergency intervention, and Amatola Water as the implementing agent has been appointed. These interventions include refurbishment of the Vinek water treatment works, repairs to Housewood Port pump station, repairs to Settlers Boat Rising Main, which is currently taking place, bulk leak repairs, and refurbishment of the James Klein House water treatment works that was mentioned by the motion. On the same James Klein House water treatment works, the initial project, honorable members, was never at 160 million, as the motion suggests, but it was at 101,850,000, which proved to be insufficient for the entire three-phased project, resulting in the increased application for further 377,575,865 to be exact. If you are going to give figures, give them to be prompt and exact. What the author won't say, intentionally so, however, Honorable Deputy Speaker, are the complications met in this project due to COVID-19 pandemic, resulting in the escalation of costs of materials, contributing to the liquidation of the contractor that was operating then, the flooding of the high lift pump station affecting the Hill Reservoir, and non-responsive tenders for phase 3 due to how high the implementing cost would be. The total expenditure on James Glenhouse water treatment plant upgrade since inception, therefore, is standing at 250 million or 0.052786.62 cents. Disakhangelana nalo over 7 million keka Honorable Cowling Dozakuti. Kuba naxa ndithatha 101,850,000 endimazi njenge-initial project cost of this project. Noba ndithatha 160 million wakhe endingamaziyo ukuba umthatha phi na, ndidibanise kunye no-377 million ecelwayo into yokuba ongeze, Nkosi yam akaphumi 700 million, kudala ndimkhangela. Waste management. The Grahamstown landfill site has been rehabilitated with fencing at 90% complete. Solar energy is installed. Wastewater peak has formalized into cooperatives that are supported by Polyco. Sanitation, honorable members, a feasibility study for the Mayfield wastewater treatment works has been completed and funding applications have been submitted to Cocta and Human Settlements. On roads and transport mentioned here, through the Small Town Revitalization Program and Disaster Response Grants, several roads, such as Van Berens, Mandela, and Albert Streets, have been upgraded. Electricity installation of smart meters has improved prepaid revenue collection, while a cherry picker is being procured to strengthen maintenance capacity. I must rush to say, though, honorable members, that the threat here on the water meter installment is vandalism. Debt relief was secured through ESCOM at 11.2 million and Amatola Water at 9.8 million, reflecting effective intergovernmental cooperation, and Makanda has fulfilled its obligation of meeting these payments. Debt relief was secured, the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance launched a technical support package after the diagnostic or due to the diagnostic report, comprising engineers, finance specialists, and project managers to assist Makana Municipality. The James Glenhouse water treatment works upgrade increased the capacity from 10 milligrams a day to 20 milligrams a day. Technical bottlenecks are being resolved through the Deputy Minister's technical support package, which complements financial recovery and infrastructure upgrades under the guidance of Cocta, National Treasury, and the Office of the Premier. Honorable Deputy Speaker, 2023-2024 State of Local Government report by the Department of Cooperative Governance noted that municipalities under sustained provincial support showed gradual improvement when interventions were maintained for at least 18 to 24 months. We agree with this. Abrupt dissolution, therefore, of Makana could undo these gains and delay institutional recovery. Looking at how much has been spent and phases to be undergone would be tantamount to abortion and sabotage of the same government efforts it has spent so much and started to implement to secure and rescue Makana. Contrary to the assertion of systemic total collapse as claimed by the mover of the motion, resuscitation mechanisms are instituted for the realization of the functional governance structures through the implementation of the Financial Recovery Plan, which was approved by Council in 2025 and supported by National Treasury and monitored by the MEC. As the ANC, we believe we are in the right track in Makana. Makana needs to work harder. Honorable Speaker, this intervention remains in its rescue phase with an objective to transition it to recovery by the end of 2025-26 financial year. The rush, therefore, raises suspicions, honorable members, especially when plans for improvement are ripening. What is the intention? In conclusion, honorable Speaker, the ANC is in its steadfast resolve of rebuilding and renewing local government institutions which are destined to provide improved service delivery. And with regards to the motion, we recommend the following. One, that the House rejects the motion by Honorable Cowley to dissolve the Makana Local Municipality Council with the contempt that it deserves, and to reaffirm the support that is ongoing for the recovery and the transformation of Makana in general. Two, that both the political and administrative leadership in Makana should be closely monitored and made to account, and that they are enforced to be on the ground than being in meetings in the boardrooms. Three, that a web-based data, audit plan, recovery plan is implemented, and that serious consequence management, Honorable MEC, through you, Speaker, is followed, especially on the municipal manager and the financial accounting officer as the key implementers of the principles and policies of that institution. For that continued intergovernmental approach by both national and the province should continue to assist that municipality. Lastly, that the political leadership there is taught to take responsibility and understand that they have to work harder. I so move for the rejection of the motion, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Konza. I now call upon the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Williams. Honorable Williams, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Acting Premier, members of the Executive, members of the House. Let me pass greetings kubantwana basesteke abasekhala college bekhokelwa ngutishala ngogodo. Ndinibulisile apho nabantu bonke abakhoyo apha egallery nabantu bakuthi abasibukele kumakhasi onxibelelwano. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee has covered a lot of ground which I would not really want to repeat, save to rise on an advisory and to offer a principled argument to this critical constitutional debate that is being proposed by the official opposition in terms of Rule 131 of the Rules of Legislature. At the heart of this debate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is not merely a question of administrative failures, but they are a question of democratic governance and the long-term intended stability of local government in our province. In terms of the Constitution, Section 154
This section entrusts the provincial government with the duty to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, exercising their powers and perform their functions effectively. Dissolution is therefore not a tool of convenience. It is a measure of last resort. It represents the ultimate suspension of local democracy and must only be invoked when every conceivable avenue of support, capacity building and intervention has been demonstrably exhausted. In the case of Makana, while challenges of governance, financial management, and service delivery are well documented, they coexist with tangible signs that our support is also increasing in terms of recovery. Driven by our targeted provincial intervention in administrative stabilization and partnering with communities of Makana to change the situation. On the 16th of April 2025, the Eastern Cape Provincial Executive Council met with the National Cabinet in Gqeberha, where the province presented a report that flagged a range of challenges impacting municipalities across the province. In respect of municipalities that are at high risk, the province uplifted Makana, Amatole, Enoch Mgijima, and Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality, and Buffalo City. All those were flagged as being at high risk. The Eastern Cape Government Performance Report revealed critical and persistent challenges in Makana, facing systemic risks that threaten service delivery and financial sustainability. Service delivery is under strain, suffers from poor roads and stormwater infrastructure, aging infrastructure issues, leakages and overflows and spillages of sewer, limited capacity of the existing water service infrastructure, vandalism, and water distribution losses at 19 to 22% over the recent years. Now, many would argue that we continue to harp on the apartheid past because we don't want to deliver services to our communities. Unfortunately, if you look at the Makana municipality, you can't divorce that institution from the apartheid past. The type of infrastructure, especially in those black townships, is contradicting the investment we are making at James Klein Hans water treatment works. The bulk infrastructure is being resolved through our intervention. But the challenge is that pipelines that have to serve communities, because they were meant for black people, they are so small. Now, when the major infrastructure we've installed is releasing water to these towns, to these townships, all those pipelines cannot afford the capacity of water coming. Now, we have now to start with reticulation of all those black townships and put in new infrastructure at a very huge cost because of what apartheid did to our people. Now we are being blamed today as if we can't do anything. Yes, James Klein Hans, it has been done. There's bulk water capacity. But in terms of that water getting to the communities, we've got a challenge of the capacity of reticulation systems that is unable to withstand the bulk support that is coming. The municipality is grappling with severe water and electricity losses, and such are reported at 22%, which is above the norm. And financial governance is an area of concern, and this municipality has been put under Section 139(5) intervention. And we are concerned about the multiple disclaimers they have received. And in fact, it is us, after direct interaction with that municipality, who said the administrative leadership of that municipality must face consequence management. We are currently there investigating consequence management for both the CFO and the municipal manager, because it is inconceivable that same administrators will take 5 years providing disclaimers. Now, I want to indicate that the support we've provided there in Makana, we've got a team that is constituted by Provincial COCTA, National COCTA, MISA, Water Affairs, to focus on Makana. And this team is Mr. Paul Sirote, who's a project leader and dealing with accounting and SCM management. Matters of unauthorized expenditure, we're looking at them. Matters of financial governance, we're looking at them. Audit action plan implementation, Paul Sirote is there to focus on that. Mongez Ntsokolo is an electrical engineer. We have indicated that there are electricity losses and all that. We've deployed an electrical engineer to focus on electricity losses. Tandu Kolo Fumbata is a civil engineer to focus on water challenges in terms of reticulation, fixing, everything that has to do with water. He is there. We've put Sandra Mtangadura, who is a civil engineer for roads. So everything that you look in terms of this motion, when they talk roads, we've got somebody that is placed to deal with that. Now, if you talk water, we've got somebody. If you talk electricity, we've got somebody to deal with all these challenges that the municipality is facing. We've got Mr. Sinao Nzuza, who's dealing with water. We've got Niko Baloyi, who's a young graduate who's also working there. And we've also have Mrs. Mzaidume Nkupane, who is dealing with matters of customer care so that the community is engaged as we are building relations and cooperation in terms of the work we're doing in Makana. So the technical team, in collaboration with COCTA, MISA, and Provincial Treasury, has crafted a work plan and will submit that work plan. We've already done that work plan. We've given it to the mayor, and we're following up now to ensure that the oversight structures are kept, keeping the municipal team accountable. A clear mandate and objectives, detailing the team's role, providing specialized technical assistance and capacity building to Makana with a focus on areas of service delivery. Governance and reporting structures, clarifying the team's relationship with key stakeholders, and resource management. All these aspects are meant to ensure that Makana municipality performs better. The principle of proportionality. Honorable Deputy Speaker, good governance requires that our remedies be proportionate to the challenges we face. The question before us is not why Makana has problems. Because all of us agree it does have problems. The question is whether dissolution is the only viable remedy, or whether strengthened oversight, renewed political accountability, and continued provincial support to achieve sustainable turnaround without dismantling democratic structures. Because sometimes people would say they are Democrats, but it's easy for them to take decisions to destroy the same democracy, masquerading that as service delivery. The department's assessments concludes that with intensified Section 154 support and stricter accountability frameworks, Makana can regain full functionality without drastic disruption that dissolution would bring. Protecting local democracy and development to dissolve a municipality is to silence, even temporarily, the voices of the people who elected their local representatives. It sends a message of despair than one of recovery and hope. Makana, the historical home of our liberation, the seat of our university, the beacon of cultural and civic activism, deserve a developmental path grounded in resilience, not disbandment. We must restore governance, not erase it. We must strengthen democracy, not suspend it. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Section 131 empowers this legislature to act decisively, but it also calls us to act wisely and not emotionally. The dissolution of a municipality is not an administrative fix. It is a constitutional rupture. Let us therefore affirm our commitment to cooperative governance, capacity building, and local democracy by rejecting this motion and redoubling our collective efforts, all of us, to restore Makana to stability, sustainability, and service excellence.
2 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to indicate here that some mayors, because of the motion that we discussed on Monday, they wanted to show the legislature that work is being done, because I wanted to go and count the culverts in the province, as was the mandate of the motion. Now, I'm getting, Honorable Speaker, numerous, unfortunately the EFF is not here. I'm getting numerous confirmation of disaster risk reduction that municipalities are engaging on, where they are cleaning their culverts, stormwater drainage systems, and Mayor Zonke says, MEC, I want you to know that we are implementing the non-negotiables, and they are cleaning all the culverts in preparation for the summer season, actually in also ensuring that things are happening in respect of what the legislature is discussing. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the motion. Any objections? Motion has been rejected. I will now ask the Secretary to read the second subject matter.
Draft resolution, Dr. V. Nodze, U.S. tariffs.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Dr. V, Honorable Dr. V. Nodze, to introduce the subject matter.
Thank you, Honorable
10
Deputy
minutes.
Speaker.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to firstly just welcome everybody. Good morning to the Honorable Acting Premier, to members and our guests in the gallery and the people of the Eastern Cape that is watching our live stream. Honorable Deputy Speaker, everybody here will know that if I've come to this podium once, I've done it a million times and said that the Eastern Cape is the worst affected province when it comes to the US tariff that has been imposed. And the reason why I say that we are the worst affected province when it comes to the tariffs that the US is imposing is because we are responsible for more than half of the exports to the US. That is between 51 and 56% of the exports is coming out of the Eastern Cape. 20 billion rand out of the 35 billion rand that is generated by this industry is generated in the Eastern Cape. 30% of people employed in the motor industry is from the Eastern Cape. That is 40,000 people in that industry. And I'm talking about original equipment manufacturing, component manufacturing, and other adjacent industries. But what that means, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is that we need to do more than any other province to make sure that we are protecting jobs in the automotive industry. We need to do more when it comes to figuring out what we are going to do to transition, what we are going to do to identify alternative markets, and what we are going to do to continue to make sure that we are part of that conversation when we are negotiating for better and lower tariffs from the US. If we fail to acknowledge this as the crisis that it is, it will be fatal, because we must remember that the people that elected us are looking at us to provide answers, to provide hope, and to provide a guarantee that we are continuing to fight for them when it comes to this. 4 months ago, I already tabled a motion here and said, let's debate this. This is a matter of extreme urgency. It's a matter of public importance. We need to talk about what we are going to do to rescue the people of the Eastern Cape from this impending disaster. It has taken 4 months. And since August, we've already seen significant drops in production. We've seen businesses close. We've seen people retrenched. In fact, production has decreased by around 82% already. Where we were producing 16,000 units for export at the end of last year, it has dropped to just under 3,000 now. And what is happening is that it is beginning to unfold in a crisis for the people of the Eastern Cape. We've got families that have to look at their pay slips to see how the shifts that has been reduced from 2 shifts or 3 shifts a day to 1 shift is affecting what they can bring home at the end of every month. It is workers sitting around waiting for a call to say, listen, we're going to unfortunately have to let you go because we cannot afford to keep you on. It's businesses closing and people that are scared for their futures. But I do believe, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that our response has been muted. We are talking about meetings, we are talking about press conferences, we are saying we are going to have consultations. Just a week or 2 ago, the Honourable Premier said that they have actually appointed a task team. I asked who is in that task team, and he said to me that it is leaders of industry. With all due respect, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the people of the Eastern Cape are looking at us. It is not leaders of industry that must go and negotiate with the US. It is not the leaders of industry that has to implement things like the automotive strategy, like the electric vehicle white paper. It is us that must do those things. We have to be part of this task team. And that is why I said that there are 5 things that we can actually do immediately in a response. I've mentioned that we have to go into the transition strategy. We have to use the electric vehicle white paper. It already exists. Let's bring it here and see what we can get out of it so that we can centralize ourselves as the electric vehicle hub, not just of South Africa, but of Africa. But we have to be deliberate about it. We can't just think, oh, it's going to happen and it's going to fall into our laps. It will just work out that way. We have to be deliberate with that document to see what opportunities we can get from it. We need to start making sure that our young people are now educated for the future to work on electric vehicles, to work on hybrid. We have to make sure that we develop adjacent markets like batteries and hydrogen because it doesn't exist in a silo. And we have to make sure that we continue negotiating. Honourable Deputy Speaker, just an hour ago, you will see it, just a little bit more than an hour ago, it was announced that China has very successfully renegotiated their tariffs with the US and will now get much more favourable tariffs. It means that there is still opportunity for us. There is still room for us to negotiate and really make a difference when it comes to the tariffs. But we have to make sure that the Eastern Cape has a seat at that table. The people trust us to do that. Through you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to the Honourable Acting Premier, Honourable Mvoko, the people of the Eastern Cape trust you to go and have a seat at that table, to fight for the Eastern Cape. And this House supports you to do that. The automotive industry is evolving, it's not standing still. It is competitive, it is digital, it's electrical. And while other provinces and countries are speeding off the line to identify alternative markets and adapt, we cannot be caught sitting and idling at a green light. I believe that we can rise to the occasion, but what we need is coordination, we need urgency, we need political will, we need that leadership. We need that task team that can do the 5 things that I've just mentioned. We need to get the data from DTCI so that we know what the first step is to take. And I believe that if we really care about the futures and the livelihoods of the people of the Eastern Cape, we will support this motion. And I don't mind if anybody wants to amend it. We are open to alternative ideas and amendments to how we can make this better. But let's do that for the love of the people of the Eastern Cape. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Cowley. Sorry, Dr. Knutze. I now invite Honourable Cowley from the DA, the fishwife. You have 13 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Honourable Acting Premier, members, officials, guests, I greet you once again. The recent proclamation of the 25% tariff increase on many vehicles and auto parts has materially increased the cost of exporting South African-built cars and components to the United States. Our own province, which is home to several large vehicle assembly plants and an extensive supplier network, now finds itself navigating the aftershock of reduced shipments of vehicles and components to the US, which sadly is culminating in further job losses in this industry, a phenomenon that we simply cannot afford. Deputy Speaker, my colleague spoke of the ripple effect of these job losses on the lives of the people, either in or associated to the auto industry. But this ripple effect does not end there. Instead, it cascades through to logistics and tertiary services. The multiplier effect is endless because the industry payrolls support small businesses, hospitality, retail, housing, and municipal revenues. We are all mindful of the fact that our metros in the Eastern Cape already experience depressed revenue collection as a direct consequence, unfortunately, of poor management and municipal incompetence. In either metro, losing rates from hundreds more households will only increase municipal budget pressure and sadly also poverty. Our metros face economic depression, the likes of which we have not seen yet. Deputy Speaker, Honourable Dr. Knutze spoke of a logical and practicable 5-point plan to mitigate the very negative effects of the tariff increase. But the plan requires one thing that to date has been noticeably absent at provincial and sadly national level, and that is agility. To be more specific, political agility, policy agility, and technological agility. One almost gets the impression from the powers that be that they are waiting on somebody or something to happen first and wave a magic wand over the problem instead of taking proactive steps to absorb the shocks and prevent a catastrophic aftermath. While the rest of the world is hustling and adjusting their sails to keep abreast of the ever-changing geopolitical landscape and successfully using 5IR technology to assist them to diversify their interests, we in the Eastern Cape are struggling to roll out broadband. This government is so obsessed with cutting lucrative deals with suppliers to benefit the politically connected that they should be obsessed with saving jobs and keeping families from falling further into poverty. Deputy Speaker, realistically, cars are here to stay, whether they are manufactured locally, and we pray that they will be, or not. There is massive scope to develop our aftermarket auto industry. Cars will always need tires, batteries, rims, exhausts, services, and a host of other aftermarket competencies. We have in our province a public entity called the Automotive Industry Development Centre, and they were established to promote and develop the automotive sector in the province. Their mandate, as we should all know, includes skills development and supplier development, especially black SMMEs, to get them involved in the automotive supply chain. They're also responsible for investment facilitation and supporting the automotive aftermarket in the province. So they're essentially the connector between government, industry, and the SMMEs. To date, they've offered technical training skills to more than 300 automotive SMMEs, and they have more than 150 registered and qualified aftermarket SMMEs placed strategically across the length and the breadth of the province. They are doing great work as the Automotive Industry Development Centre. But now I come back to my point about being government not being agile enough. How many of you know these SMMEs? How many of you know what names they're trading under? How many of you know where they are in the province? And how many of you know what services they offer? An agile government that was serious about promoting the aftermarket industry, which has the potential to absorb global tariff shocks and save jobs, they would be showcasing these SMMEs and promoting them far and wide. Instead, and I find this a little bit shocking, our provincial government has service level agreements for government vehicle repairs and other services with companies and allegedly SMMEs outside the borders of our own province. If this is true, and I believe it is because I was told by a very reliable source within the industry, then it is a disgrace and a slap in the face for this entity. Furthermore, it showcases the government's total disinterest in the development of its own people right here in the province and protection and creation of further jobs in the aftermarket auto industry. How can we talk? Can you imagine the impact if this government stepped away from the dysfunctional and incompetent government fleet management services and instead supported these SMMEs? We would have a vibrant, responsive, and flourishing aftermarket auto service, and more importantly, jobs would be created across the length and the breadth of the province. How can we talk about economic development when government ignores their own SMMEs in an industry that is suffering from an existential crisis? The ARDC has grown our own timber for us, and we need to take very big steps in order to support them and promote them. This motion stands to address a very real crisis with much needed agility. We cannot still be talking about the role of EV technology when it has been a global prerogative for more than a decade. In 2021, the Business Times spoke of the need of South African auto industry to diversify into this sector, and yet in our province we do not have a single production line that is fully converted to EV technology. So we need to stop the talk shops and start doing the work. The window for keeping the flame of hope alive for the auto industry in our province is shrinking unless negotiations end favorably, and we cannot guarantee that. Unless political agility, policy agility, and technological agility become the order of the day in government, I fear that flame will be snuffed out. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. I thank you.
TikTok. Honorable May, you have 3 minutes.
Problem here. Baie knoppies. Ja. President Trump sê America first. Wanneer gaan ons sê Suid-Afrika eerste? Die dag wanneer ons as 'n nasie saamwerk. Om 'n ekonomie te laat groei is daar 4 belangrike elemente. Die eerste is goed opgeleide persone, 'n goeie vervoerstelsel. Eiendomsregte moet beskerm word en 'n vrye markstelsel. Indien eiendomsreg nie beskerm word nie, gaan beleggers traag wees om geld in Suid-Afrika te belê en werkloosheid sal eenvoudig net toeneem. En toe die instel van hoër tariewe teen 30% deur Amerika. Wat beteken dit? Dat alles wat Amerika invoer van Suid-Afrika word duurder. President Trump sê lande wat baie verkoop aan die VSA maar koop min terug, moet daardie tariewe betaal. Suid-Afrika val ongelukkig onder hierdie groep. Verlede jaar het Amerika 180 miljard se goedere van Suid-Afrika ingevoer. Dan President Trump wil ook die AGOA-ooreenkoms kanselleer, wat spesifiek bedoel is tot voordeel van Afrika-lande en Suid-Afrika. Dit sal beteken dat hulle ook die hoër tariewe sal moet betaal. Die produkte wat die swaarste getref gaan word is sitrus, wyn, neute, die motorsektor en landbou. Die motor- en landbousektor het voorheen onder AGOA voorkeurbehandeling gekry, maar nou gaan hulle dieselfde tariewe as ander lande betaal. Wat kritieke minerale betref, gaan daar geen tariewe gehef word nie. Die Wes-Kaap met sy uitvoergebaseerde landbou gaan dit voel, en ons in die Oos-Kaap waar die motorbedryf gesetel is, gaan dit ook erg voel. Die hoër tariewe kan lei tot verdere werkloosheid en maatskaplike probleme veroorsaak. Ons dink maar aan die misbruik van drank, hongerly, drugs en al daardie tipe van dinge. Indien 'n Mercedes mens in Oos-London toemaak, sal duisende werksgeleenthede verlore gaan en sal Oos-London in chaos gedompel word. Wat is die probleem in Suid-Afrika? Die beleid wat die ANC sedert 1994 toepas, werk nie. Suid-Afrika het die wêreld se ondersteuning op ekonomiese gebied nodig. Die politici moet sorg dat ons met alle lande in die wêreld saamwerk. Ons moet goeie vriendskapbande met hulle en so ons ekonomiese groei bevorder. Die rykes in Suid-Afrika word ryker. Die middelklas kry swaar en die armes word net armer. Maar hoe kan ons hierdie probleem oplos? Weereens China. Kom ons dink aan die tekstielbedryf. 450.000 werksgeleenthede verlore. Hoekom? Ons vervaardigingsbedrywe tot niet gegaan as van China werk nie. Sê vir die, as ons Suid-Afrika wil red, moet die politieke wil daar wees om die vervaardigingsbedryf van Suid-Afrika weer in die gang te kry. Ek dank u. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable May. I now call upon the African National Congress, Honorable Saziwa. Honorable Saziwa, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Manibulise kumntu wonke kwinkulumbuso ebambeleyo kunye nabaphathiswa bakhona namalungu onke alendlu yowiso-mthetho. Ndibulise kubasebenzi bonke abakarhulumente nakwicandelo labucala. Ndibulise kubantu bonke abasibukele kumakhasi onxibelelwano. Sekela somlomo, masiqale ngokuhalalisela amagqiyazana eqela leqakamba loMzantsi Afrika ngokuba aye afikelela kumagqibela kankqoyi umdlalo wekhrikethi kwihlabathi. Sithi mababuye nayo ke loo ndebe. Kwesibini isihlalo ongusekela somlomo, siyacela amalungu xa esiza apha ngaphambili ephakamisa imibono bangangayenzeli loo nto ukuba befuna ukuzuza kwezopolitiko ngamanqaku, kodwa ibe yintshisakalo yokokuba bafuna ukunceda abantu. Amanye ala malungu siyayazi into yokuba xa kujonga indlela abaphefuma ngayo kufuneka babone uba babuze uba zingaphi nee-motions abaziphakamisileyo nokuba ziphakanyiswa sekukhona izinto ezenziwayo ngezo motions. Intetho yethu ke sihlalo ongusekela somlomo ihamba kule migca. I want to quote from my favorite writer, Amilcar Cabral, who said this: hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, and failures. Claim no easy victories. Close quote. If you see the motion by our honorable member, Dr. Vicky Nutie, points 8 and points 9 are saying there has been no visible coordinated response from the Office of the Premier or the Provincial Executive to this urgent economic threat. 9, engagement with national government appears to be fragmented, and it appears that there is no provincial contingency plan to protect jobs, support local suppliers, mitigate the effects, and identify alternative markets. Close quote. In terms of this. Deputy Speaker, we gather here in this august house in the month of October, the month of Oliver Reginald Tambo, whose values of humility, service, and discipline continue to guide our movement. President Oliver Tambo taught us that unity and economic justice are the foundation of freedom. His call for an inclusive, people-driven economy remains relevant even today, as it was during the years when we were fighting the apartheid regime and colonialism in the darkest years of struggle for freedom, which we are enjoying today. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the ANC, we take the tune from our 55th National Congress, as we observed that in order to advance our economic transformation, we need to do the following amongst others. 1, we need to promote growth and development. We need to eradicate the triple scourge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We need to promote youth employment, small business development, and cooperatives. We need to build a developmental state with the technical and political capacity to lead development and transform the economy. Deputy Speaker, as the ANC, we note with great appreciation that South Africa's economic outlook for 2025 is one of the modest growth, with economies focusing around 1% GDP growth, supported by a better than expected second quarter that was boosted by manufacturing, mining, and trade. However, so that we don't have to hide truth from the masses, challenges persist, including a high unemployment rate, persistent infrastructural issues at Eskom and Transnet, and fiscal constraints. These factors are expected to limit growth, and major reforms are needed to achieve more robust economic expansion. Deputy Speaker, although our economic recovery plan is facing serious challenges to regain the economic growth which is performing, and the government is trying to do what's within its powers to make sure that economy is performing and contribute positively to our economic growth and create jobs. Therefore, the following are some of the positive factors which in our national government is taking to change the economy outlook for the better, under, of course, the minister that is a member of our glorious movement. The following positive steps have been observed. 1, the economy grew by 0.8% in the second quarter, outperforming initial projections. 2, manufacturing, mining, and trade has shown positive performance, lifting the overall economic picture. On the import focus, the country continues to be a major import market with key imports including crude oil, refined petroleum, and automotive parts. On targeted initiatives, the Basic Employment Initiative aims to create, for now, temporary jobs for youth in schools to boost employment, with a view of ensuring that at the end of the day, we have permanent employment in so far as youth is concerned. Deputy Speaker, coming back home, the Eastern Cape's economic outlook for 2025 is expected to be one of slow and fragile recovery, with a projected growth rate of 1.6%. If you recall, when the MEC for Economic Development presented her budget policy speech, that was a matter that was also raised also by the MEC for Treasury. This follows quarter 2 2025, where the economy recorded positive but subdued growth, and a quarter 1 2025 that saw a decline in overall output, though some sectors like agriculture and transport did grow. Key challenges include a high unemployment rate and job losses, particularly in sectors like construction and manufacturing. Deputy Speaker, it must be noted that the Eastern Cape is also hard at work in implementing the Recovery, Reconstruction, Economic Development Plan, and just 2 days ago, our Premier, Honorable Oscar Mabuyana, was in Gqeberha in the second segment of the Oceans Economy Symposium. The Premier had the opportunity to outline our province's strategy vision for positioning oceans economy as a key growth frontier, unlocking new pathways for economic development and job creation in the Eastern Cape. That is the line that I talked about. Deputy Speaker, the oceans economy encompasses vital industries such as fisheries, shipping, marine tourism, and offshore energy. To truly unlock this potential, we must transact from small-scale operations to large-scale commercialization that delivers real socio-economic impact for our people. While the sector's full contribution to GDP, employment, and trade is yet to be fully quantified, Operation Phakisa remains a solid national framework to guide our interventions. By realigning our provincial efforts with Operation Phakisa and strengthening our data analysis and documentation processes, we can better harness the true economic value of the Eastern Cape's blue economy. Deputy Speaker, as the ANC, we are pleased that this department has received clean audit, and Deputy Speaker, this department is working very hard to ensure that clean audit report is accompanied by tangible service delivery, which can be felt on the ground by our people. In response to the US tariffs, the Minister for Trade and Industry has implemented a 5-part strategy that includes engaging with the United States government to negotiate a resolution, diversifying exports to other markets, and establishing an export support desk
for affected companies. Additional interventions include an economic response package for vulnerable companies and workers, and measures such as trade defense against import surges and dumping and demand-side intervention to boost local consumption. A lot of work is being done, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, to engage with our counterparts and diversifying our products and look somewhere else in terms of market diversification. Deputy Speaker, as the ANC, we appreciate the work which has been undertaken to deal with the matter. Hence, we do not understand what has been raised in this August House, and if there's no work which had been established already when the DA proposed that this August House must resolve to mandate the Premier to engage with the Presidency and the Department of Interior Industry and Competition as a matter of urgency to escalate lobbying efforts against the tariffs and seek immediate national support for affected manufacturers, especially since the Eastern Cape will be the most severely impacted by these tariffs. To demonstrate that there's work that has been done, the following are some of the initiatives which are being taken by the national government through the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Competition. One, on the direct negotiations, engaging with the current government is engaging with the United States to negotiate a deal and reverse the tariffs, with South Africa preparing a revised offer to address U.S. concerns. On market diversification, currently the government is accelerating the diversification of exports to markets in Africa through African Continental Free Trade Agreement to EU, Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and India. I think we are aware that the President has just visited one of the countries in Asia, as we are aware. On export support desk, the government has a dedicated desk that has been established to provide affected companies with advice, updates, and assistance in finding alternative markets. As the ANC, we are committed to strengthening our relationship, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, to build regional resilience. We will also continue the work we have started with our European partners towards enhancing our trade and investment relations in a manner that unlocks sustainable growth and development and entrenches South Africa in new supply chains. Deputy Speaker, Africa's economic outlook is positive, with projected growth of 3.8% in Therefore, Deputy Speaker, as the African National Congress, we want to reject this motion with humility because it's based on falsehood, it's based on lies, that there's nothing that the government is doing in terms of this. Yes, we agree that indeed the Eastern Cape is the one that is mostly affected by these tariffs, but all of us, we need to fight to the nail. It's surprising that some of those that are presenting this motion have said nothing against AfriForum that went to years and spread lies about our country. They are saying nothing about some of the solidarity that is continues to spread lies about our country. But instead, they are friends to those. But they are coming here, like a player who will dive in the 18 area and claim a penalty. We will therefore reject this motion with the contempt that it deserves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Saziwa. I will now invite the MEC, Honorable Mvoko. MEC, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and greetings to all the members of this august house here today, and to all of those in the gallery, our visitors, and everyone. Let me also write on what Honorable Mhlaba said here on our team. It was good to watch yesterday how Laura Wolfhard played. I was hoping that she was going to get a double century, but it was even a marvel to watch Marizen Cup taking 5 wickets. All of you remember before this match, England humiliated us. So when we went to play yesterday, everyone knew that we would be gone. And what a surprise the girls gave us. We can only wish them the best. We wish them the best in the final against whoever wins. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this, I think we all know by this, and I would want to agree with Honorable Saziwa, that this motion is not really about what is being said. I thought I was going to bring it. What is being said there. I think it's just a DA playing a sympathy card. It's a motion about, it's just grandstanding. I'm hearing funny stories today. One of them is by Honorable Kauli, who says she doesn't think we know where the SMMEs are. Seriously? The SMMEs belong to our people. They stay in the townships. It's created that they become SMMEs. And all of a sudden, we do not know where those SMMEs are. You will not find them in the suburbs. You will find them in the townships. It's a systematic creation that led them to be SMMEs there. That's interesting. I hear them talking about us not knowing or not doing anything to attract EVs. You see, you can also see that diversion from what was in the motion. But let me talk to those things about the EVs and attracting manufacturing. We, as the Eastern Cape, set the ball rolling. When this country had no policy, there was a green paper. What did we do? I reported in this house. AIDC made a submission, thereafter went to all the provinces affected or that play a role in the automotive industry and spoke to them to make submissions. I reported in this house. And everybody made a submission. And today, it's like the Eastern Cape is absent. We have had, and we've had numerous interactions with the manufacturers of EV, numerous. I hear today that we do not know about the entrepreneurs that play in the aftermarket. We reported 3 years ago in this house when we gave AIDC funds to ensure that they identify those entrepreneurs at the backyards, ensure that they are trained, ensure that they are certificated, ensure that they are empowered. We are the ones that reported in this house. And today, nobody knows about it. I'm responding to the question, I think it was Honorable Mhlaba who said, how so? I'm trying to put into context as to why this motion is nothing but grandstanding. This motion is about justifying the group of whites who went to the US in the pretext of concerns raised about discrimination against white South Africans, with claims of persecution and violence. A complete fabrication, and perhaps a response on our stance in Gaza. Maybe I'll come back to that one. This motion, if you go and read, I think it's Honorable Ryan Smith. If you go and read what she says, this motion is about our foreign policy. Now listen to what Honorable Ryan Smith says, the DA spokesperson, I think, on international relations or so. Listen to what she says. She says, South Africa should pursue a genuinely non-aligned foreign policy that does not place petty party political interests above the interests of the Republic. Now they are talking about South Africa's foreign policy, and this was a debate about exactly the same motion, the tariffs. Now, to them, it's about our stance, the foreign policy of South Africa. If we could change our foreign policy, the US will be soft. That's what Honorable Ryan Smith says. If you go and read that clip. Now, she goes on further to say, listen to this one. It is also time for a career diplomat with an understanding of the Trump administration to urgently be appointed to Washington, D.C. to better represent South African interest and begin the work of repairing diplomatic channels. She says that. He's talking about, the debate is about the tariffs. Now you can see that the DA also wants us to give them a person who's going to represent us in the United States so that this whole thing about tariffs can change. This is I'm trying to show you that this motion has got nothing to do with what they're talking about. You go and look at that. Now, it's about expropriation without compensation. This is what is being pursued, is being said every day, that if we could drop this thing, this is what Trump talks about as well. If you drop the act on expropriation without compensation, he might think better. And this is what they are pursuing, ignoring the history of land dispossession by white settlers and apartheid architects who made them what they are today. Rich whites who own everything, who own the farms from the land that they have taken from us. That's what they are today. And when we are attempting to reverse that, they run away to their other white brothers to say, look at what those blacks are doing. This is about reversing BEE. They've been there. They've been doing that. You have seen their campaign about that. They are forcing to the back of their minds what the colonizers and the apartheid architects did to the African people, taking all their minds, taking all the land and everything, and today they control the economy of this country through thievery. It's theft, nothing else, that makes them to be able to control the economy of this country. Our sovereignty must be respected. And our sovereignty will be respected. We are not going to bow to these threats by the Democratic Alliance of trying to ensure that we change everything to suit them so that Trump will relax the tariffs. This debate sends a message that nothing is happening. That's what the debate is sending. It sends a message that nothing is happening. Honorable members, immediately it was announced, this government took a decision to establish a task team through the DTIC that would negotiate with the United States of America. That's common knowledge. Now, for someone to come here and say nothing is happening, it baffles me. This is an honorable house, I would give it a name, but it really baffles me. It's an open secret that we've been negotiating with the United States of America. And this province can never go and negotiate on behalf of this country when it comes to this. There's a task team set up, it's led by Minister Tau and DTIC, and that is not going to change. It baffles me. Now, if you come to the Eastern Cape, I hear that now we must have something in the Eastern Cape, establish a committee, and we can't use the captains of industry. Let me enlighten the honorable member. The captains of industry are an integral and a very important part on these negotiations, because it is about them before it becomes about us. They are the ones that have established these factories that are creating these jobs. We as government are assisting them, incentivizing them to ensure that they perform better, they create jobs, they grow our economy. There is no way you can have only us debate. How do you establish a committee about us? It's important. We've created platforms. Let me tell you, one of the platforms that we've created in the Eastern Cape is a platform where the MEC meets with all the captains of industries in the Eastern Cape. That's a platform we created. And even now, the MEC for DDIT and through DDIT has established an automotive task team mandated to deliver evidence-based, time-sensitive interventions. Perhaps the only thing we did not do here was appoint someone from the Democratic Alliance to be part of this one. But we do. We have that task team, and that task team will be the one that will look at this. This structure has convened strategic engagements with the DTIC, that is leading negotiations, the Automotive Industry Development Center, Eastern Cape, AIDC, Eastern Cape as you know it, with NAMSA, with NACAM, and the National Mandela Bay Business Chamber, KUHA, East London Industrial Development Zone, the Border Kai Chamber of Commerce. This task team has already had interactions with them. Now, this is not consultation for its own sake. It is the architecture of a coordinated industrial response. The task team's work rests on 3 pillars: impact assessment, risk analysis, and lastly, alignment with national policy and diplomacy, and strengthening local value chains. Honorable Speaker, our economic response
2 minutes.
Is as comprehensive as it is deliberate. Through our entities, the ECDC, LIZ, KUHA, AIDC, Eastern Cape, we are driving a 3-pronged strategy built on investment, promotion, and market diversification. In partnership with the DTIC, we are identifying and cultivating new export destinations beyond the United States. We are a province confronting global headwinds with resolve, coordination, and strategic clarity. Despite challenges, our economy remains resilient. From our vast renewable energy potential and fertile agricultural lands to our deep water ports and skilled industrial base, the Eastern Cape continues to attract investment and power national growth. The provincial executive remains fully seized with this matter. We will continue to protect our industrial base, safeguard livelihoods, and assert the Eastern Cape's position as the beating heart of South Africa's automotive manufacturing economy. Our message to the world is simple. The Eastern Cape is open for investment, resilient in adversity, and ready for the future. We reject this motion. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable members. Honourable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections? The motion has been rejected. Honorable Mokhatosi, they must give you that thing that you put here before you shout at me. I now call upon Honorable, oh, sorry. There was a school, honorable members, but I think they don't have the whole day, which is SS Matikane that was here earlier on, all the way from Colesbeck in the Northern Cape. They arrived whilst before the Honorable MEC, and then I was going to recognize them after the Honorable MEC has concluded, but seemingly they don't have time. They don't have time for this. So yeah, we had those visitors. They just left now. I will now ask the Secretary to read the third subject matter.
Draft resolution, Mr. J.P. Pretorius, Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness and Reproductive Rights and Support of Miscarriage Sufferers.
Thank you, GM. Honorable Pretorius, you have 10 minutes to introduce the subject matter. Yeah,
Greetings to you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and the House at large. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the most dreaded phrase for prospective parents is when a doctor tells them there is no heartbeat. And this is what 1 in every 4 women experience during pregnancy. Thus, the global community recognized these short-lived lives through heralding October as International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month and 15 October as World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. Yet, Deputy Speaker, no government department in South Africa officially heralds this awareness cause, and as the Eastern Cape, we could set the tone to address this omission. Deputy Speaker, last week in the House sittings, attention was drawn to all the various awareness causes of this month of October, from mental health, breast cancer, transport, to older persons, to even stuttering. While the national days that the Eastern Cape Department of Health heralded in this month include Sight Day, Arthritis Day, Hand Washing Day, Trauma Day, EMS Day, Down Syndrome Day, Polio Day, and Stroke Day. And it is all good and well, Deputy Speaker, and much needed. But it raises questions as to why pregnancy loss does not qualify to get the same attention. Yet statistics prove that around 30% of all pregnancies end in pregnancy or infant loss in South Africa, and around 1,000 babies are born still in the Eastern Cape every year. Deputy Speaker, the World Health Organization emphasized the importance of improving support and information gathering systems to reduce pregnancy loss. America, for example, has been recognizing pregnancy loss since 1988, while Australia today even has a grant fund to compensate parents for stillbirths suffered. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, to afford this cause, at least one officially recognized calendar day in our country and province should not even be debatable, for recognition paves the way for psychological and financial support. Recognition will also help in dissecting and strengthening the legal frameworks of which various laws are debatable. Key to this motion are the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Termination of Pregnancy Act, and the Births and Deaths Registration Act. The latter is also referred to as the BADRA Act. Deputy Speaker, the BADRA Act was the point of contestation in the 2021 court case of the Voice of the Unborn Baby MPC and the Catholic Archdiocese Church of Durban against the Minister of Home Affairs and Minister of Health, by which the Gauteng High Court ruled in favor of the applicants to grant burial rights of pre-viable fetuses, rendering the Badra Act constitutionally invalid. High Court Judge Nomonde Mkabisa Tusi deemed this order as assisting in the process of healing, after which the Constitutional Court declined in 2022 to ratify this order, as it interpreted that the Badra Act is actually silent on this matter and that the onus is up to municipalities to deal with burials. This directive causes more uncertainty in the regulation and leaves medical entities and funeral parlors in the dark, because municipal bylaws would refer that all burials have to happen in accordance with the Badra Act. Deputy Speaker, this legal lacuna in the eyes of experts is mainly caused by omission and incorrect terminology, such as with Sarah-Bartman district, for example, where they classify fetuses to also be corpses in their bylaws, which creates inconsistency in relation to burial orders. In our recent health oversight visits, we found that medical facilities in Sarah-Bartman district encourage parents to take their dead fetuses to be buried, even though they are not of viable age according to the Badra Act, which poses questions of legality on how death certificates get issued. On the other hand, bylaws in municipalities such as our Tambo and Chris Hani districts do not include fetus under its definition of a corpse, meaning a variance in legislation exists in the Eastern Cape, and this is where the MEC for Kokta should come in, to ensure a uniform and lawful approach in the province, as this ambiguousness could cause criminal violations. Honourable Deputy Speaker, let me at this point take the opportunity to recognize a staunch human rights activist, Mrs. Sonia Smith, the founder of the Voice of the Unborn Baby organization and a funeral undertaker dedicated to baby burials. She shared with me her insights and the facts of the High Court case, which was sparked by a matter in Pretoria of deceased triplets of 20 weeks old who were denied customary burial procedures, a story of compassion of which the merits serve as evidence that as lawmakers we need to step in. Deputy Speaker, the mistake often made is to think size and age matters when it comes to the trauma of pregnancy loss. Whether it's a small bloodstain and a tiny dot in the uterus after 4 weeks, or a 40 centimeter tall fetus of 7 months old, the emotional effect is equally distressing. And the problem here is, Deputy Speaker, only if a fetus has died after 26 weeks of intrauterine existence would it have burial rights, and it is then deemed a stillbirth. While if the fetus dies before 26 weeks, such as in the case of the Pretoria triplets, would it be deemed a miscarriage and have no burial rights, declared medical waste to be discarded in bins and incinerated along with body parts of other patients. This thought alone, Deputy Speaker, would hamper mental healing, and we certainly must recommend policy change. Deputy Speaker, many countries across the world have different policy provisions in place. For example, in the United Kingdom, they have a human tissue authority that deals with disposal of pregnancy remains and burial rights of dead fetuses. China has 15 days miscarriage leave for female employees who suffered a loss during the first 16 weeks of pregnancy, while Uganda even has 4 days paternity leave for male employees whose wives had a miscarriage. And in New Zealand, even primary carers to a stillborn baby would be entitled to 3 days bereavement leave. In South Africa, female employees who suffer a pregnancy loss before 28 weeks get no pregnancy leave whatsoever, according to the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. And only after 28 weeks of pregnancy, the mother would get 6 weeks leave. This is even more baffling, Deputy Speaker, than the dividing line for fetal burial rights, and the law requires more consideration towards miscarriage leave in general. Honourable members, these factors we're debating have a direct bearing on human rights and reproductive rights as enshrined in Section 27 of the Constitution. Read together with Section 36 on the limitation of rights, these provisions need discussion as it doesn't cater effectively for mothers at risk of maternal death or who may need medical attention after recurrent pregnancy loss, which could even expose anomalies in medical aid schemes. While the universal fetal management with regards to the various termination of pregnancy procedures guided by the Choice Act makes for more ethical human rights concerns in relation to what a spontaneous abortion is versus what an induced abortion is, which makes information gathering and procedural regulation of miscarriages a problem. These intricacies makes it clear that a bill should be initiated to allow universal improvement of reproductive rights through involving public participation, which could properly consider medical legal issues involving negligence around intrapartum, perinatal and neonatal deaths. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Let me also recognize another staunch activist, sociologist, Mrs. Nobokosi Ngube, who shared with me a journey in compiling a master's thesis titled Study of Women's Experiences of Miscarriages in South Africa. Her research delves into cultural practices and rituals, as well as explains the emotional effect and victimization women endure, but also touches on the silent suffering men experience as a result of pregnancy loss. This study is academic proof that psychological support and reproductive rights education are much needed in highlighting the impact of daily life stress on pregnancy, in particular during the danger period. This presents an opportunity for the MEC of Health to enhance oversight and initiate programs dedicated to pregnancy loss support and services across the Eastern Cape. MEC, the province of Ontario in Canada passed a bill in 2015 called the Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness, Research and Care Act to ensure thorough analysis and expansion of pregnancy loss programs, while the New South Wales province of Australia supported a motion in 2024 to ensure dialogues towards breaking down miscarriage stigmas. Honourable Kapa, these provincial adoptions highlighted could be us as the Eastern Cape, whereafter we should advocate for these resolves in all other provinces. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, pink and blue are the official awareness colours of pregnancy and infant loss, and I hope next year, on 15 October, we will consider this in our remembrance recognition. And I'm happy that Deputy Chief Fislani, that you mentioned this cause in your member statement earlier, as this is a step in the right direction. In closing, Deputy Speaker, let me also acknowledge my wife, who got me this pink and blue outfit to represent this cause, as I put to you this momentous debate and draft resolution towards improving pregnancy and infant loss awareness and reproductive rights and support of miscarriage sufferers. I so move.
Acknowledge nkosikazi. Manje iphinde niyohlala phansi without having to acknowledge your wives. Honorable Ngobo, I'm going to give you an opportunity to also acknowledge when you speak. Even if you exceed your 3 minutes, it will be fine. So that we can stop that thing there, you see, we collapse it. I now call upon Honorable Evers to debate. Honorable Evers, you have 13 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Goeiemorgen, goeiemiddag, molweni. I greet all the honorable members today in this house. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I stand up today to show our support for the important motion put forward by the Honorable J.P. Pretorius. This is a problem that goes beyond politics and gets to the heart of our Constitution, which says that all South Africans are equal and deserve respect. We need to remember that this is a tragedy that happens every day to thousands of families in our province and across the country. We need to understand how devastated many people are when they lose a baby or suffer a pregnancy miscarriage. This is not just a number in a medical report. It shows the broken hopes of too many families in the Eastern Cape. This trauma is often experienced without enough help or recognition, and it is done in secret without the human decency that our Constitution affords everyone. The truth about losing a baby or a pregnancy, Honorable Speaker, the numbers in front of us are heartbreaking. 1 out of every 4 women will have a miscarriage during their lifetime. Every day, almost 600 pregnancies end in loss in South Africa. In the Eastern Cape, at least 3 babies die during or shortly after birth every day. These are mothers, fathers, and families whose grief has been ignored for far too long. The Eastern Cape has some of the worst problems with health of mothers and babies. Our province has one of the highest stillbirth rates in the country, with 33.3 stillbirths for every 1,000 births. Our prenatal mortality rate is the highest in South Africa, with 5.7 deaths for every 1,000 birds. The maternal mortality rate in the Eastern Cape was 108.2 deaths per 100,000 live birds in 2020. These numbers need immediate action and full support mechanisms. October is known around the world as International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and October 15 is World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. In South Africa, even though our government departments support many international awareness initiatives, this one, which affects thousands of our residents, goes unreported and unappreciated. Dear Honorable Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt about Section 27 of our Constitution. It guarantees that everyone has the right to have medical care, including care for reproductive health. But the current law doesn't keep this constitutional commitment when it comes to losing a pregnancy. The 2022 Constitutional Court case of Voice of the Unborn Baby showed how our current laws are not good enough and are not sensitive enough. The Births and Deaths Registration Act does not say anything about the burial of rights of pre-viable fetuses, which are those who die before 26 weeks of pregnancy. Because of this silence, there is a gap in regulations where municipalities handle these issues in different ways, where medical facilities treat fetal remains as a medical waste to be burned, and where grieving parents are not allowed to bury their babies according to their beliefs and values. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let's be clear. To medical staff, these remains may be seen as waste, but to people who want to be parents, they are what could have been a child. In many cases, a child they have been waiting for a very long time. The High Court said that treating human remains as waste is insensitive and disrespectful. The Basic Conditions of Employment Act also only gives maternity leave for miscarriages that happens after 28 weeks of pregnancy. This means that the mother who loses a baby at 12 or 20 weeks does not get any legal recognition of her loss, time to grieve, or time to heal physically or emotionally. Only unfair, but also cruel. Honorable Deputy Speaker, losing a baby or suffering a miscarriage has a terrible long-lasting effect on the human physique. Studies suggest that up to 30% of pregnancy losers cause strong emotional reactions. 1 in 10 women shows evidence of sadness or post-traumatic stress disorder, which are all diseases that can be diagnosed. Women and families in South Africa who lose a baby often face what has been called medical xenophobia or insensitive care. This is when they don't get the trauma-informed support they need when they need it most. A study done in the Western Cape indicated that women who had miscarriages felt abandoned, confused by the healthcare system, and like they had lost a lot of physical and mental safety in emergency care settings. Pregnancy loss is a taboo subject in many societies, as the silence around it makes people feel even more alone, guilty, and ashamed. To lessen symptoms of despair and long-term grief, grief counseling should start during the first 6 weeks after a loss. Yet our public healthcare system currently provides limited psychosocial support infrastructure for pregnancy, miscarriages, and infant loss survivors. Dear Honorable Deputy Speaker, we don't need to come up with a new way to do things. Countries across the world have already set up systems that honor the loss of a pregnancy and of full assistance. The policy for management of fetal remains, stillbirth, and neonatal death from the Cardiff and Vale University Health Board in UK says that a parent can choose how to bury their babies no matter how far along they are in their pregnancy. The Cemeteries Act in Alberta, Canada, makes it legal to bury fetuses that are not yet viable. In Germany, several states demand that fetuses be buried, and parents can bury fetuses no matter how much they weigh. The ethical standards for Catholic health services in Australia say when embryos and fetuses die, they should be given the same respect as is due to every human being who dies. They also say that to assist with the proper disposal of the body or remains in ways respectful of the dignity of human life and in keeping with the parents' wishes, these instances from throughout the world show that it is both possible and necessary to treat fetal remains with respect and provide full support for pregnancy loss. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports this motion. We see this as an issue of basic human rights, decency, and caring governance. We do, however, think that the motion may be made stronger by making the following changes to make it carried out more effectively and that people are held accountable. We would like to add a new amendment clause that focuses on training and awareness. The Eastern Cape Department of Health, with the help of relevant training institutions, must create and enforce mandatory trauma-informed care training for all healthcare workers, including doctors, nurses, midwives, and administrative staff, on how to handle pregnancy and infant loss in a sensitive way, including the right to communicate, provide emotional support, and refer people to grief counseling. We propose strengthening Resolved Clause 3 to state the MEC of Health and MEC of COCTA should within 12 months develop and present to the legislature a comprehensive provincial framework and plan of action to guide the regularity, process and legislation of burial rights of fetuses after miscarriage at all gestational ages, ensuring dignity, choice, and consistency across all municipalities in the Eastern Cape, which framework should serve as a model for advocacy in all provinces. This would ensure that the provincial government is held accountable and that there is strong leadership. We want to add a new resolve clause that focuses on training and awareness, saying the Eastern Cape Department of Health, with the help of the relevant training institution, must create and enforce mandatory trauma-informed care training for all healthcare workers. Honourable Deputy Speaker, backing this motion needs more than just words. It needs money, coordination, and political will. We want each district in the Eastern Cape to have its own pregnancy loss support centre with professional bereavement counsellors, social workers, and peer support facilitators. We want the Eastern Cape Department of Health to cooperate with civil society groups that are currently performing this important work, such as Mama Nature, Bereavement Doulas, Pink Elephant Support Network, and others that help families who are grieving. We want a provincial hotline and online support platform where families can get information, counseling, and help at any time or day or night. We want all antenatal care programs. It's not 30 minutes, 30 minutes.
Oh, sorry, yes, you may continue. It's as if you're introducing it to me. Yeah, you may continue.
Sure.
Xolo. 30 seconds.
We want all antenatal care programs to include information regarding pregnancy and infant loss. This way, families will know about the dangers, the reality, and the help that is available if anything bad happens. We want the Eastern Cape Legislature to officially acknowledge October as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month and October 15 as Pregnancy Loss and Infant Loss Remembrance Day starting in 2026. Honourable Deputy Speaker and members, we have the chance to lead. We can show that this legislature and this province value human dignity and compassion more than outdated rules and bureaucracy, and the full humanity of every life, no matter how short. Families across our province in Mthatha, Gqeberha, East London, and our rural villages and townships are suffering in silence. They need to know that their loss matters, that their pain is felt, and their infants are remembered. As we get ready to vote on this motion, let us remember that we not just passing a resolution, we are giving grieving people their dignity back.
building support systems for them, and making the world a more caring and compassionate place. The Democratic Alliance is ready to work across party lines to make sure that this motion leads to real action. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we would remember every baby. We should remember every baby. Every parent should be able to mourn in peace. Every affected family should have our support. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Evers. Okay, benifuna ukuthi chatha but waqhiba yabona. I now invite the African National Congress, Honorable Saziwa. Honorable Saziwa, you have 20 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I pass my greetings to all of us here and those that are watching us from social media platforms. There's one topic that is supposed to unite all of us. It is a topic like this one. Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive Council is led by the Acting Premier, our Deputy Chief Whip of the Legislature, members of this August House, the Speaker of the Legislature, I've forgotten to recognize the Honorable Speaker, leaders of the religious fraternity as well as our traditional leaders, our esteemed guests and fellow South Africans. I greet you all this afternoon in the name of the People's Glorious Movement, the African National Congress. The topic at hand today makes me think of the quote from an unknown author who said the following, I quote, "There's no footprint too small that it cannot leave an imprint on this world." Close quote. According to these words, no matter how brief a person's life was, their influence on the world and the constant reminder of their love endure eternally, regardless of when their heartbeat stops. Today, we debate about the dealing with the pregnancy and infant loss awareness and reproductive rights and support miscarriage sufferers. It has been 37 years since October was declared a worldwide month to raise awareness of pregnancy and infant loss. According to Maya Angelou, I quote, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside," close quote. Even worse, for women who have carried a child inside of them, wondered who it may have been, perhaps even named the child, announced the pregnancy, and held a gender reveal ceremony, only to have the potential pregnancy terminate without birth. Deputy Speaker, as much as I don't like that country and their leaders, the 40th President of the United States of America, Mr. Ronald Reagan, as he neared the end of his second term, recognized this month by issuing the following proclamation on Tuesday, October 25, 1988. I quote, "When a child loses parents, they are called orphan. When a spouse loses her or his partner, they are called a widow or widower. When parents lose their child, there isn't a word to describe them. This month honors the loss that so many parents endure, both domestically and internationally. Furthermore, it aims to educate and support parents who have experienced such a loss," close quote. Somlomo, sekela somlomo, nakwicala lesintu, siyayazi ukuba uthi umuntu ongumama akuselekelwa ngumnyeni wakhe, kuthiwe ngumhlolokazi. Ongutata akuselekelwa ngunkosikazi, kuthiwe ngumhlolo. Umntwana asakuselekelwa ngabazali, kuthiwe inkedama. Kodwa ngenxa yobunzulu benxeba lokuswelekelwa ngumntwana, akukho gama elifumanekayo nakwisintu xa umuntu eselekelwe ngumntwana. Loo nto ke ichaza ubunzulu balomba sithetha ngawo namhlanje. Deputy Speaker, Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day is observed on the 15th of October worldwide. On this day, newborns who have passed away during pregnancy or shortly after birth, such as miscarriage, stillbirth, neonatal fatalities, and infant losses, are honored and remembered. As a result, we saw that many families observe this day by lighting candles at 7 o'clock on October 15 of each year to create a continuous wave of light for an hour worldwide in commemoration of all the babies who passed away too soon. This day seeks to erase the taboo around these losses and give them an opportunity to express their sorrow. Deputy Speaker, the following yearly global statistics attest to the gravity of today's debate. There are approximately 44 pregnancy losses every minute, or about 23 million miscarriages. There are about 2 million stillbirths, or 1 in every 16 seconds. There are almost 2.3 million newborn fatalities, or 6,300 deaths on average. And lastly, there are about 27.1 infant deaths for every 1,000 births. Deputy Speaker, when we zoom in the stats of our beloved country, one will notice that there's some great work done by the ANC-led government in addressing today's topic because, firstly, in our 55th National Conference, we concluded that, we stated that these issues needed to be given priority. The attainment of development and justice is a contingent plan that the health of mothers and their offspring needs to be attended to. Our delegates in that national conference decided that women's health, including universal access to reproductive health services, health as a human right, and the choice to terminate a pregnancy must be given priority in all public and private health facilities so that South Africa can be on track to meet 3 interconnected Millennium Development Goals concerning women as set out by members of the United Nations. Deputy Speaker, our conference further resolved that it is significant to this debate to focus on women's health, and that must include psychological effects of miscarriage, and that the 15th of October, the World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day, must be officially incorporated into the country's calendar. That the 15th of October, the World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day, must be officially incorporated into the country's calendar. On infant mortality, South Africa's infant mortality rate has been trending downwards, as it is going to be depicted here below. 24.4 fatalities for every 1,000 lives birth in 2023. 23.1 deaths for every 1,000 live births 2024. And 22.7 deaths for every 1,000 live births in 2025. On miscarriage, according to recent reports, the number of early pregnancy deaths in South Africa is on the decline. The rate of miscarriage is 0.96%. Miscarriage fell by 19% between 2020 and 2022 compared to 2017 and 2019. Deputy Speaker, our courts have made the following contributions in elucidating reproductive rights. Gauteng High Court in 2021 determined that several provisions of the Births and Deaths Registration Act regulations that categorized fetuses under 26 weeks as a medical waste were unconstitutional, giving parents the authority to bury fetuses that were already viable. Again, Constitutional Court in 2022 revoked the High Court decision, arguing that Birth and Death Registration Act is silent because it exclusively deals with the registration of live births and stillbirths and leaves burial regulations to the municipalities. Again, the Gauteng High Court, in the matter of the voice of the unborn baby, indeed ruled in favor of the applicants, whereafter the Constitutional Court ruled against the High Court. The court said that the order could not be allowed as Section 20 of the Births and Death Restriction Act does not specify that such burials may not take place, stating that this decision is up to local municipalities as burials are covered within its bylaws, and this is why it is important for us to debate this matter in this House. Deputy Speaker, Section 12, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which protects the right to bodily and psychological integrity, including the freedom to make reproductive decisions, serves as a guiding tool when we provide these healthcare facilities. In contrast, the right to obtain healthcare services, including reproductive health care, is upheld by Section 27, subsection 1, paragraph A. Deputy Speaker, to get to the legal aspects and prove why awareness and legal strengthening are needed for this topic, the law pertaining to the management of fetal remain in South Africa deemed the fetus to not have any constitutional right and is primarily viewed as being part of the body of a pregnant woman. Deputy Speaker, the general legal framework around pregnancy losses could pose not to be adequate enough in South Africa, and parts of various acts may need to be brought into discussion on how it affects pregnancy loss rights. Those acts are the following: Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Labour Laws Amendment Act, Tissue Act, Medical Schemes Act, Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act, Children's Act, Local Government Municipal Systems Act, Environment Conservation Act, General Laws Amendment Act, National Health Act, and the Births and Death Restrictions Act. We therefore, Deputy Speaker, agree that a bill could be initiated to deal with these various species collectively towards improving policies and serve as a guiding tools to close any gaps in the legislation that may exist. And in this regard, we call upon Honourable Pretorius to submit a member's private bill in this regard. In South Africa, Deputy Speaker, the statistics confirm that it's about 8 million women that are said to be affected by miscarriages, 250,000 pregnancy losses yearly, and while in 1 in every 50 women are affected by stillbirth, around 20% of all pregnancies end in miscarriage, 2% in stillbirth, and 3% end in infant loss. These statistics are concerning and requires in-depth research to be able to advance the cause of effective support systems and understanding as to why these losses happen and how the situation can be improved. Deputy Speaker, it is correct to say a campaign is needed for pregnancy and infant loss in accordance with the global community. And to this, our provincial Department of Health can be very progressive if they had to be the first to implement this initiative. And therefore, we support the motion on ensuring that the department initiates programs, assistance, and outreach dedicated to pregnancy miscarriages and psychosocial support of pregnancy and infant sufferers across the province. Deputy Speaker, Lockett and Marsh published an article on the lived experiences of women suffering miscarriage at Helderberg District Hospital in the Western Cape province and said the following, I quote, "Some patients were left confused because they had no clear understanding of the cause of their spontaneous abortion, adding to their emotional distress even after leaving the hospital. Similarly, others felt anxious and unprepared for what to expect in the days following their visits." Close quote. This article proves that psychosocial support is much needed and presents an opportunity to the MEC of Health to enhance oversight and initiate programs dedicated to pregnancy loss support and services across the Eastern Cape province. Deputy Speaker, Social Development and Education Department could also get on board to drive such programs. Boys and men need to be educated on the effects and causes of miscarriage. In this instance, it's important that as men, we support our women and children when they are pregnant. Don't abuse them in any form, be it emotionally, because that's going to have an effect in the child that person is carrying. In saying this, let us also not forget that men also suffer because of pregnancy loss, and psychological support is also needed for men. Along with the new changes made by the Labour Laws Amendment Act, which makes it possible for male employees to have 10 days parental leave. However, the Act should also speak to paternal leave for miscarriage and stillborn. Deputy Speaker, in the Eastern Cape, around 750,000 women are currently affected by pregnancy loss. The Eastern Cape Department of Health operates about 46 health centers for the public throughout the province that provide safe and legal pregnancy termination services, free of charge up to 12 weeks, as part of our steadfast commitment as the ANC-led government to provide accessible reproductive health care. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Health in the province has 775 primary health care facilities for our people, ensuring that they can exercise their democratic right to access health care facilities. The courageous decision made by the Eastern Cape Department of Health on March 2007 to launch a 37 million project called Saving Mothers, Saving Babies to reduce maternal infant mortality and train more than 400 nurses in midwifery and 50 in advanced midwifery further demonstrates the commitment of our government to today's topic. Deputy Speaker, recently MEC Mhlaba highlighted the department's intentions and initiatives to combat the Eastern Cape's problems of underage pregnancy by offering readily accessible productive health care and interventions. These programs open lines of communication, direction, and support for families are essential to giving young people the confidence to make responsible decisions regarding their future and health. This topic allows us to address the varied municipal audiences on the burial of pre-viable fetuses by ensuring that legislation is in place that expressly tackles this issue. Deputy Speaker, the resolution to deal with creating an informed moral and legal framework to our province and advocating this to other provinces is relevant as the ANC thereby supports the motion as presented towards advancing reproductive and pregnancy loss rights in the Eastern Cape. All the parents who have suffered pregnancy and infant losses must know they are not alone and this matter is not taboo in our province. Deputy Speaker, it is therefore necessary that government departments and institutions in the Eastern Cape incorporate and operationalize into its own events and awareness calendars this issue in order to stand in solidarity with victims of pregnancy and infant loss. Women must know this is not their fault, and the more we shy away from these difficult topics, the worse stigma and victimization becomes. It is therefore our duty to do something about it and have the necessary conversation to destigmatize this issue and strengthen moral consciousness around pregnancy, miscarriage, and perhaps inability to conceive at a particular point in a woman's life. Deputy Speaker, rather than relying solely on bylaws, it is necessary to analyze every aspect of the legislation pertaining to pregnancy loss difficulties. Since fetal remains cannot be given a burial order, this effectively means that fetuses can be buried anywhere they are not in a cemetery. This should open the door, for a provincial bill and calls for strategy in the province in order to guarantee that the law is followed and to uphold the rights of bereaved families to be dignified funeral and appropriate mourning. We urge the MEC for COGTA and MEC for Health to begin interdepartmental cooperation in addressing the issue of fetal burials in the province. We therefore agree with the motion presented that Eastern Cape could set the pace in making these vital human rights matter official in the interest of women's well-being. This motion will assist the province and our national colleagues to change laws and implement programs to advance reproductive rights when it comes to pregnancy and infant losses. We therefore support the motion as it is. And in closing, Maya Angelou had this to say: people may forget what you did, people may forget what you said, but people will never forget how you made them feel. By agreeing on this resolution, this House is giving unqualified support to all those that have suffered because of this matter. And lastly, Frans Fanon has this to say: each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. And we call upon this House not to betray the mission of supporting all those that are suffering from this. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Saziwa. I now call upon a member of the Executive Council, Honorable Kapa. Honorable Kapa, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Molweni, honorable members of the House, the MEC, the acting Premier, and the Speaker sitting there next to the Chief Whip. The Eastern Cape Department of Health welcomes the motion moved by Honorable Pretorius and commends him for raising this matter of a profound human importance. As a department, we are fully aware that pregnancy and infant loss is a deeply personal tragedy that leaves lasting emotional, psychological, and social scars. Yet it is also a public health concern that calls for compassion, accountability, and structural support for our health system. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is not a new conversation for us. The Eastern Cape Department of Health has over the years been strengthening maternal and child health services, integrating counseling and bereavement support into primary health care, and aligning clinical practices with evolving medical legal frameworks. We therefore approach this motion not from the place of inaction, but from a place of continued commitment, building on what has already been done while acknowledging where improvement and refinement are necessary. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department commits to formally recognize the month of October as an International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and 15 October as the Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day, with our official health promotion calendar. This builds on the existing calendar of maternal and women's health awareness activities, including mother and child health weeks and annual women's health campaigns, which already incorporate reproductive and emotional wellness messaging. From the next financial year, that is the 2026-2027, these awareness activities will be expanded to explicitly commemorate pregnancy and infant loss. Our Health Promotion Directorate and Corporate Communication Unit will ensure that every district hospital, every community health center includes these dates in its outreach and wellness activities, ensuring visibility, compassion at the point of service. Our province already provides counseling through primary health care and psychosocial support units across facilities. However, we recognize that grief of this nature requires a specialized and a structural intervention. We therefore strengthen our response in 3 ways. Specialized training, we are rolling out our mandatory in-service training for midwives, obstetrics, and social worker staff on compassion and communication, grief, counseling, and management of recurring pregnancy loss. Strengthening the facility-based PSSUs. PSSUs are being capacitated to offer immediate and follow-up support to parents after pregnancy loss, including stillborn and neonatal deaths. Community awareness, pregnancy loss, bereavement support will be integrated into monthly community outreach and wellness campaign to help families heal without stigma or shame. Through these measures, the department is institutionalizing compassionate care as a standard component of maternal health. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Constitutional Court, as voice of the unborn babies judgment of 2022, provided a much-needed clarity on the right of parents to choose burial for pre-viable fetus. Our department responded proactively through a forensic pathologic services. An interim action plan has been implemented to guide facilities in managing a non-viable fetus remains. This plan allows parents to choose burial using a B1663 process under specific conditions, ensuring dignity and emotional closure. We have gone further by developing a joint working framework with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to harmonize health procedures with municipal bylaws governing cemeteries and burial permits. This interdepartmental collaboration is critical in ensuring a consistent, dignified, and a compassionate process across all districts. While the amendment of the national legislation, such as the Births and Deaths Recognition Act and Basic Conditions of Employment Act, lies within the national mandate, we will not stand idle. We will take a formal submission to the National Minister of Health, advocating for 1, the explicit right to bury fetal remains regardless of geonational age, the introduction of bereavement leave for parents who suffer pregnancy and infant loss, extending beyond the current 20 weeks threshold recognized under the labor law. This advocacy builds on the ongoing collaboration with the national structures in maternal health policy reform, ensuring that the Eastern Cape continues to be the proactive voice in shaping compassionate health legislation. To give practical effect to these commitments, the department has developed a comprehensive action plan for policy and the standard operation alignment, ensuring that our policies and standard operation procedures reflect the highest legal, ethical, and clinical standards. This plan will be implemented in 3 phases. The foundation phase focuses on conducting a legal and operational gap analysis to interpret the voice of the unborn Constitutional Court judgment and assesses the implications for existing regulations under the National Health Act. During this phase, the department will also draft a memorandum of understanding with COTA to define clear roles and procedures for issuing burial permits for non-viable fetal remains and to secure municipal cooperation. The policy development phase will see the revision of the current forensic pathology services standard operation procedure, transforming the existing action plan for the processing and disposal of non-viable fetus into a formal binding standard binding SOP. This will mandate the dignified release of remains, the issuance of the B1663 equivalent, and a clear chain of custody process for cases where burial is not chosen. In parallel, a new clinical guidelines and the SOP will be developed for compassionate management, psychosocial support, and pregnancy and infant loss, ensuring that emotional care, referral pathways, and follow-up support are standardized across all facilities. Finally, the implementation phase will focus on capacity building and awareness. The department will roll out mandatory provincial training for midwives, doctors, social workers, and mortuary staff on the revised standard operations of procedure. Ensure uniform implementation by April 2026. A comprehensive awareness calendar and toolkit will be distributed to facilities to embedded pregnancy and infant loss remembrance day activities into the 2026-2027 operational calendar. The action plan provides a clear roadmap for sustained institutional change, ensuring the compassionate care is not an event-driven, but embedded in the very fabric of our health system. The Eastern Cape Department of Health is committed, its commitment goes beyond compliance. We are building a health system that is clinically excellent, legally compliant, and emotionally intelligent. Already, our maternal and child health programs, our perinatal mortality reviews, and our clinical governance structures are identifying preventable causes of pregnancy and infant loss and addressing them through improved antenatal care, risk management, and professional development. We have strengthened referral system, improved emergency obstetric transport through EMS, and invested in the maternity ward upgrades, all of which contribute to a safer pregnancies and better outcomes of mothers and infants. This motion provides an opportunity to consolidate and deepen that work, ensuring that dignity, compassion, and accountability remain central to our service delivery ethos. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Eastern Cape Department of Health stands ready and determined to lead this province in building a compassionate, responsive, a dignified health system, one that acknowledges every loss, supports every mother, and respects every life, no matter how brief. We thank the Honorable Member for bringing this motion forward, as it strengthens our shared resolve to ensure that no parent suffers in silence and no loss is treated without dignity. Through this plan, through our actions, and through our continued collaborations across government and civil society, we are moving steadily towards a healthy system that not only heals but also cares. That is why, as a department, we're also advocating that parents, when they are pregnant mothers, when they are ready for deliveries, they must come to our facilities. We accommodate them so that we monitor, so that we do not have any losses during that time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable, the motion was introduced by Honorable Pretorius, and there was an amendment which was done by Honorable Evers. I therefore put the motion with amendment. Any objections? The motion is kalosa nohlebeza honorable members. Mina into endiyivile is that the House has agreed on the motion. Is that so? Okay, thank you. I will now ask the Secretary to read the fourth subject matter.
Draft resolution by Mr. KP Anil Kumar, limited access to operational school libraries.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I will now invite Honorable Anil Kumar to introduce the subject matter.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, the House at large, let me greet you in the name of the oldest liberation movement in Africa and across the globe, African National Congress. Honorable Deputy Speaker, from the Stone Age to the Space Age, currently we are. The humanity, the mankind, the people always looking for knowledge. The hunt for knowledge, the thirst for knowledge has been time immemorial. At each stage of the history, being put forth to acquire knowledge in various forms. The relentless pursuit of acquiring knowledge and which drives into the innovation and discovery, shaping the societies and exploring our understanding of the globe and the universe is very important. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is my singular honor and privilege to present a topic to this august House to dealing with school libraries. I want to remind the House the words of the American Commissioner of Education. He said this, his name is Harold Hove. What a school thinks about the library is a measure of what it feels about education. I repeat, what a school thinks about its library is a measure of what it feels about education. This clearly articulates us that a library is actually what happens in a school. As we know, learning, teaching, and all other activities which shapes the character of a child, of a learner, and eventually a citizen. Our own Freedom Charter unambiguously declared that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. It further explicitly said, education shall be free, compulsory, universal, and equal to all children, for all children. The program of establishing school libraries resonates very well with the principles, and it is making books accessible to all learners in the country. It's very clear that this is a national question. We are not insensitive when we are raising the issue of libraries in this legislature. We understand this is a national question. It's a national matter. But still, this province led many things. Incremental introduction of African languages has not started anywhere. It started in this province. Now, with extreme pride, we can say that the national has adopted it. So we believe that this national discussion, which is supposed to come here, is very, very important. In pursuit of this wonderful journey to acquire knowledge, libraries played a very crucial role in societies across the knowledge. These knowledge repositories have preserved past wisdom and fostered new ideas and collaboration. As ANC people, when we hear about Oliver Tambo, we feel so thrilled because it has been passed to us. His wisdom, his thinking, and for that we need libraries. As we embrace the digital age, the importance of libraries evolves, fostering a community of lifelong learners who seeks to explore the vast landscape of information available in the fingertips. Honorable members and Honorable Deputy Speaker, there is a paradigm shift in terms of learning. It is no longer acquiring a BSc or a MA or a master's or we stop. The learning is now lifelong. And that is why we have seen young, old, irrespective of the age criteria, people are learning. Because learning is a lifelong experience. It's a lifelong expression. And that's why libraries becomes a very key and important thing. UNESCO, as we know, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Council, which has proclaimed literacy to be the human right and means of empowering individuals. That is, literacy serves as a launching pad for human and social development. It means access to proper school libraries are very significant. If the UNESCO is saying that it is a human right, means setting up library is a factor to observe that human right. The National Development Plan, the government's developmental blueprint, spearheaded by African National Congress, implores us to raise the standards of South African educational system. In addition to the policy directive, we also need to enhance, and we have been saying that science, literacy, and numeracy and mathematics should be in the fingertips of all our South Africans. We need to make reading popular as we want to increase the literacy and lower the rate of student dropouts. 1 million people are joining in grade 1. Probably only 100,000 is reaching there. In between what is happening, probably there is something we can do through that particular, providing them information. Without having fully operational libraries in our schools, we are unable to accomplish this. Moreover, school libraries often provide access to diverse range of resources, including digital materials, multimedia tools, enriching educational experience. By collaborating with educators, they ensure that students have the necessary support and resource to develop. Many of you sitting here, I know you are teachers. You have been teachers. You experience that, how a resource can be in your hand to make a child to be a better citizen. In 2015, the keynote address delivered by the Minister of then Minister Basic Education, Mrs. Anjim Tseka, at the launch of 1,000 school libraries campaign at Uyo Primary School in Soweto, said, "A reading nation is a winning nation." She said, "A reading nation is a winning nation." And remember that, once again, we are putting into the national question that this has started some time back. Because of many reasons, that 1,000 libraries may not have been achieved, but this is a process which started before. There isn't a national library policy that forces principals and school governing bodies to establish libraries at their institutions. It is therefore not surprising that just 21% of the state school had libraries in 2011. 7% had stocked libraries and 79% had no library at all. You go to a school, you might find a corner, there are books. That we cannot call as a library. One of the reasons is that we do not have a policy. Just before, Honorable Sasiwa, while he was debating, he was saying that there is no proper bill to address the issues suffering pregnant women. So somewhere the constitution and the law is meaningless. We should come up with something to do that. The lack of a cohesive policy contributes to a significant disparities in access of resource and information for students. We need to do something in this regard. As a result, many learners are left without essential support that a well-equipped library can provide, hindering their educational development. Furthermore, investing in trained librarians could significantly improve the overall educational experience by providing tailored support to both students and teachers. It's an area the country needs to look seriously, librarians. Sometimes we think that a teacher can be changed to be a librarian. There will be definitely gaps. So that is why we say that this is a national matter once again, which this legislature, which showed the way in many things. When the country was shocked by the COVID, it is this legislature came up with the virtual meeting first. We were the beginners. So it is possible we can do something like that. When compared with the nations like Finland, South African students do poorly on both national and international reading assessment. But I need to agree that in recently our scores have been improving. But we want to reach at the highest level. So one of the main reasons causing the situation is because limited access to resources. Without libraries, students miss out on essential reading material and support, hindering the ability to engage the diverse texts and develop critical thinking skills. This gap in resources ultimately perpetuates educational inequalities and stifles the potential for academic growth. The inequalities, a country like South Africa, which suffered inequalities because of the past system, which my interest is not going to the political line. But we cannot accept inequality. We want everyone to be getting equal opportunities. School libraries are locations where teachers and students come together to complete their objectives of the daily curriculum. It is well acknowledged that a well-staffed and resourced school library fosters literacy growth. According to the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, IFLA, a school library is a physical and a digital learning environment where reading, inquiry, research and thinking, imagination and creativity are crucial to students' information to knowledge journey. Remember that we are preparing our children for critical thinking because we believe that our children have the critical thinking, they can actually deal with the current crisis, whatever challenges they are going through in their lifetime. We also need to consider that the paradigm shift occurring in the operations of school libraries. They have undergone significant shift over the years, adapting the changes in technology, education philosophies, and the dynamic needs of students. Once simply a quiet space to check out books, libraries are evolved to provide students with a holistic and interactive learning experience. The emergence of AI, the emergence of other digital technologies are changing a library and a library space into a different experience. A child who has never heard about how we launch a rocket can easily be understood in a library room where the multimedia is available. Libraries are evolving into vibrant hubs that actively promote social contact, teamwork, and the development of critical collaborative skills necessary for success in the connected world today by adopting flexible learning environments. I move this critical subject matter because it is still, we need to convene and we need to understand that the information, the print material, and the combination of digital and physical resources are going to enhance the learning in schools. These days, librarians and media professionals have to manage an endless amount of digital material. I already indicated and I already mentioned that the digital space come into play at this point. It is important that libraries, we need to look into that, and that can make the access more. While I'm going to land on this, while introducing this very important topic for the country, we can say we can utilize the interactive areas which are furnished with games, coding kits, multimedia production tools, whiteboards, 3D printers, and other resources that promote cooperation and communication. In this context, I am very proud to say that coding and robotics, Eastern Cape is leading in many ways. And this we are not just simply saying because we are an ANC government or we are part of an ANC government. It is because stats are saying that in this particular area we are ahead, and that exactly is we are going to make use in school library. While closing, Deputy Speaker, I want to quote one of the famous tennis players. He was not only a tennis player, he was actually an iconic representation of the African people, especially the black people. Arthur Ashe was the first black player selected to the United States Davis Cup team. He was the only black man ever to win the singles titles at Wimbledon, the US Open, and Australian Open. Never ever it has happened again. Arthur Ashe said,
Honorable Pillay.
thank you. Arthur Ashe said this: throughout my formal education, I spent many hours in public and school libraries. Libraries became courts of last resort. As it were, the current definitive answer to almost any question can be found within the four walls of the most libraries. In fact, he was saying that his life, coming from an underprivileged family, has helped by the libraries. I propose this particular topic to be debated and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pillay. I will now call upon the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Kruger. Honorable Kruger, your 13 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Acting Premier, Honorable Members of the House, and people of the Eastern Cape. I want to start by thanking the mover of this motion. It names a truth that we all see in our constituencies. Too many schools still treat libraries as an afterthought, a nice to have, and only a small fraction of schools have libraries that are truly functional. What we need in the Eastern Cape is libraries that work. Deputy Speaker, the motion before the House clearly sets out the scale of the problem. In the Eastern Cape, many of the 634 reported libraries are in fact classrooms or reading corners or trolleys. And it reminds us that libraries are not a luxury, but are central to teaching, learning, and to learner achievement. The motion notes the gap in the national guidance and the consequences for principals and school governing bodies who are trying to build something real with little help. It cites the IFLA's view that a school library is both a physical and a digital learning space, where reading, inquiry, research, imagination, and creativity are cultivated. The motion also correctly underscores that just a fraction of schools have operational libraries. Even fewer have transitioned into a digital learning space. Deputy Speaker, libraries are also digital learning spaces, which begs the question, perhaps the Premier and the Acting Premier can explain why our schools are still battling with broadband connectivity in 2025. Despite the promises of digital transformation, the Premier's project has woefully failed to deliver reliable broadband connectivity to schools across the Eastern Cape. This lack of infrastructure not only curtails access to essential e-learning resources, but also exacerbates educational inequalities. Schools in rural and disadvantaged areas remain disconnected, unable to benefit from digital libraries or online learning platforms. Even more shockingly, Deputy Speaker, libraries such as the Parkside Library in Buffalo City are not protected from vandalism. They are stripped book by book, brick by brick, whilst communities are deprived. The Premier's failure to secure and implement effective broadband networks is a major obstacle to digitalization and consequently is a barrier to equitable education in this province. Deputy Speaker, this motion points to the evidence that poor library environments and weak information literacy depresses secondary performance, and that underfunded, poorly established libraries drag literacy down. None of this should be contested. We see it in our districts. We hear it from the principals. We watch it play out in the classrooms when learners reach grade 4 without the ability to read for meaning. The motion also names some hard truths, Deputy Speaker. For too long, government did not view books and libraries as core educational investments. The under-resourcing of school libraries is a direct consequence of the Provincial Department of Education's inadequate budget prioritization. Without ring-fenced funding through grants or departmental budgeting specifically for libraries, principals and school governing bodies are left to fend for themselves, often without appointed librarians or coordinators. This chronic neglect has a direct impact on learner literacy, inquiry skills, and academic performance, as highlighted by numerous studies. Schools cannot fulfill their mandate of nurturing information literacy and critical thinking without access to quality, diverse reading materials and functional library spaces. And because budgets are not aligned to the task, librarians are not appointed, district coordinators are absent, and operations suffer. Deputy Speaker, we must also acknowledge that to address educational equity, we must emphasize Indigenous language instruction. Our province's rich linguistic diversity should be a strength, it should not be a challenge. The neglect of supporting mother tongue languages in school curricula and library resources undermines learners' cognitive development and their cultural identity. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports this motion, but we want to add urgency and ensure that the outcomes are in fact measurable. Here we have 10 things that I will list that we can make this motion tangible. Firstly, we need to say plainly what is an operational library. It is not a shelf in a corridor. It is a staffed, timetable service with a core collection, a basic digital terminal, a lending system, and a reading program that is aligned to the school timetable. Secondly, we must switch on the schools. A library in 2025 must be hybrid. Where broadband exists, it must be reliable and zero-rated for approved learning platforms. Where it does not, districts must deliver offline catches and regularly refresh their content. Devices without connectivity are ornaments. Third, we must staff the services. Reading gains follow adults with time and training. We must appoint committed, competent teacher librarians to run facilities, and we must appoint district coordinators to support them, as this motion resolves. In schools without the space, we must designate reading rooms and mobile units with set timetables. A library cannot operate on its own. Fourth, we must stock what learners need in languages that they speak. We must buy graded readers, early literacy materials, and age-appropriate fiction and non-fiction in isiXhosa, Sesotho, and Afrikaans alongside English. We must commission local authors where these gaps exist. This is how we turn a library into a place where a child hears their world reflected back to them and builds the bridge to additional languages. Fifth, we must protect a reading slot each week in the foundation and intermediate phases. A library is not a museum visit, it is a habit. Make it visible on the timetable and support teachers with simple guidance. 6, we must ring-fence and report. This motion calls for an adequate protected budget for diverse quality reading materials. We should expand this to include separate line items for library staffing and for connectivity of the libraries. We must publish quarterly district reports that show per school the staffing status, stock delivered, timetable compliance, and connectivity status. If you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. 7th, the motion rightly calls for collaboration between the Department of Education and the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture. Too often, this partnership is treated as ceremonial, when in truth, DESRAC holds the keys to community reading programs, local publishing support, and the preservation of indigenous languages. The library mandate must not stop at the school gate. DESRAC's network of community libraries and arts councils can reinforce school reading programs. They can host book drives, and they can commission content in isiXhosa, Sesotho, and in Afrikaans. 8th, the motion is practical. It calls for mobile libraries in rural communities and for the department to leverage existing telecom contracts to enable e-reading in underserviced areas. But it fails to note the Premier's broadband project, which has been plagued by delays, poor coordination, and a lack of transparency. Millions have been allocated, yet many schools still remain offline. If the infrastructure already exists, use it. If it doesn't, tell this House why it doesn't. 9th, we must align library work with teaching and learning. The motion is correct that school libraries must serve the curriculum. That means we must align the core collections of libraries with the CAPS topics. The reading program should support language and content subjects, and the librarian must be a part of the instructional team and not a caretaker of bookshelves. And finally, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we must ensure that there is a political will to support this program and to ensure accountability. The state must lead so that every contribution lands in a timetable, in a classroom, and in a child's hand. To our partners in the sector, there is a place for you too. Publishers, NGOs, and universities can support curation, training, and mentoring. Telecommunications providers can extend last-mile access, and they can zero-rate content. Deputy Speaker, an operational library, a reliable connection, books and digital material in the languages of home with a bridge to the languages of opportunity, a staffed service that is timetabled, measured, and supported. If we get that right, schools will feel the difference within a year. Let us adopt this motion, but ensure the implementation of these resolutions includes clear definitions, visible schedules, ring-fenced budgets, and quarterly reporting. Then, let us do what the public expects us. Deliver on it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kruger. I will now invite Honourable Maqubela. You have 20 minutes, Honorable Maqubela.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Allow me to observe the protocol that has been established in this August House. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to respond to the motion brought under Rule 131, which addresses the limited access to operational school libraries, a matter that strikes at the very core of the right to basic education. The quality of our schooling system, and indeed the constitutional promise made to every learner in this country and in our province in particular. Recent education data show that only a minority of South African schools have functional on-site libraries, a reality that is even more acute in provinces such as the Eastern Cape, where the proportion of schools with libraries is among the lowest in the country. This shortage of functioning school libraries directly undermines learners' access to books, information, and the sustained reading culture necessary for successful school performance and lifelong learning. Honorable Deputy Speaker, a school library is not a luxury. It is part of the essential learning infrastructure of a school. International standards and guidance from United Nations, educational, scientific, and cultural organizations, and International Federation of Library Association and Institutions are clear. School libraries are the physical and digital learning spaces that enable reading, inquiry, research, information literacy, creativity, and critical thinking, all indispensable to the curriculum and to civic life. South Africa should align with these standards in both policy and practice. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Department of Basic Education already recognized the importance of library services. The Department of Basic Education's national guidelines on school library and information services set out the role libraries should play in supporting the curriculum and provide a framework for developmental library services in schools, a framework that must now be operationalized and resourced. Honorable Sekela Somlomo, the right to basic education is constitutionally guaranteed per Section 29, and the legislative architecture, including the South African Schools Act and national funding instruments, creates both a mandate and a mechanism through which government can ensure that schools are equipped to deliver on that right. It is therefore appropriate and necessary that we treat school library provisions not as optional, but as part of our statutory commitment to quality basic education. The recent regulations on minimum uniform norms and standards for public schools infrastructure further reinforce the state's responsibility to provide adequate school facilities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC supports the motion in principle because it reflects the urgent need to close the reading and information access gap that undermines learner achievement and equality. We do so recognize the realities highlighted in the motion: under-resourced and understaffed library spaces, absence of a binding national policy that compels adequate library provision, and the variable uptake of digital resources across schools. But support must be accompanied by practical, funded,
and monitored measures. To that end, the ANC proposes the following package of commitments and actions grounded in existing law and consistent with the motion's recommendations for immediate implementation by the National Department of Basic Education in partnership with Provincial Education Department, DISRAC, local government, civil society, and private sector. The Department of Basic Education must consider finalizing the tabling of a national policy on school libraries that operationalizes the IFLA and UNESCO principles and the DBE's 2012 guidelines into clear minimum standards, space, staffing, stock, ICT, and management. This policy should require every school to have either an on-site functional library or formal access to a school library services. The Department of Basic Education must work with National Treasury to ring-fence a dedicated component within the norms and standards, funding, and within the conditional grants where appropriate for school library development, including book procurement, digital content acquisition, and basic ICT for e-reading. This aligns with existing funding framework that are designed to address resource inequality across quintiles. The Eastern Cape Department of Education should fund and place district-level library coordinators to support schools and progressively create funded posts for qualified teacher librarians in schools, prioritizing schools in poorest quintiles and rural districts. Reference to these quintiles is 1, 2, and 3. Mobile libraries and formalized inter-school library sharing must be scaled up immediately with priority routes for rural and deep rural communities. This will provide interim access while permanent facilities are developed. The Department of Basic Education in Eastern Cape should formalize partnership with publishers, telecommunication companies, and non-governmental organizations to ensure low-cost or zero-rated access to e-books and curated digital collections for schools. Furthermore, it should promote large-scale book donations and library stock initiatives while equipping educators with the necessary skills in information literacy. Importantly, the department must also align the operations, offerings, and objectives of school libraries with the broader goals of teachings and learning to enhance educational outcomes. Provincial Education Department must integrate library facility targets into their infrastructure delivery plans in line with the regulations on minimum uniform norms and standard for public schools infrastructure. And the Department of Education must publish an annual national dashboard on school library coverage and functionality. The Eastern Cape Department of Education must ensure that library services are explicitly integrated into curriculum delivery and assessment practices, including reading hours, research tasks, and information literacy outcomes to strengthen teaching and learning. This is particularly urgent given a recent assessment showing that many grade 6 learners cannot read with understanding, a crisis that undermines their academic progressing. The department should therefore prioritize professional development for teachers, enabling them to use school libraries as central resources that foster a culture of reading and critical inquiry. Honorable members, access to books, digital content, and competent library is an educational multiplier. It strengthens literacy, improves comprehension and numeracy by supporting subject learning, builds critical thinking and opens pathways to tertiary study and employment. Let us ensure that the promise of a quality basic education is delivered, not only in words, but in well-stocked shelves, working digital access, and trained librarian teachers in every community that needs them. The ANC support the motion. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlaba. I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Kate. Honorable Kate, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Your established protocol is observed. Thank you for the opportunity that has been given to us to make a reflection on this motion. Deputy Speaker, our strategic task is to build the intellectual capabilities of the nation. That's the main task. That task involves responding to the triple crisis that is intertwined, interlinked, interdependent. That risk, those risks, Chairperson and Deputy Speaker, is the risk of the illiteracy, which has a potential to reinforce an emerging syndrome in the current discourse of anti-intellectualism in the country. The second risk is the skills gap that is a thorn in the heart of our strategic goals in terms of the economic growth and development. And the last risk, Chairperson, which must be resolved by this particular sector, is the intergenerational poverty, which is an elephant in the room in class terms. So as basic education, ours is to carry a deep responsibility to nurture a learning society where reading and access to information lies at the heart of the learning. We believe that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that every learner, regardless of background or language of learning and teaching, deserves access to meaningful reading resources. The reading for meaning, not simple for completion, remains at the center of our literacy drive as basic sector, as basic education. And the literacy itself continues to be one of the defining priorities of this 7th administration if we all understand and the flow of the policy imperatives when we're presenting them at the beginning of the year here. While we acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, the fiscal constraints that the country is undergoing through and the limitation of the resources for school libraries in terms of the current landscape from a policy point of view and resourcing thereof, but we can be proud to say our schools have been stood up and across in the province have been able to introduce innovative ways to keep the life of the reading alive. Inembali ke lento kubantu ababakhe bagqitha pha esikolweni. Otishala are always going beyond what is written black and white in a policy in education. Hayi sengiqala nje kumuntu okhe wagqitha pha. They go beyond the policy. Hence, besikhokhela nge-innovations in trying to mitigate the gaps that are there in dealing with this fundamental question, Chairperson. Currently, we are at 634 operational school libraries, ranging from the class libraries, reading corners, trolleys, and mobile libraries. These may differ in size and shape, but they all serve one important purpose: to put books and the joy of reading within the reach of every learner. Library and information services are not a luxury. They are an essential pillar of learning, research, and community growth. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to share some of the progress thus far. We have appointed 7,085 reading champions across schools to drive the literacy initiative drive. We have approved and appointed 14 librarian posts that has been granted through the HRD strategy of the sector. Fakude Foundation has generously donated 8,000 rands towards a construction of a new school library in Tenyu Primary School in Namatole West. Mbulelo Public School in Buffalo City Metro probably won a trolley library through the provincial drawing competition, which then talks to both public-private partnerships, which we are already engaged on in trying to mitigate on the challenge that we have been talking about, Chair. These important steps, small as they may look like, but reflect steady progress towards our strategic shared goal, a culture of reading across the Eastern Cape. Of course, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must be honest about the challenges. The greatest obstacle remains limited resources, which continue to affect the establishment, staffing, and maintenance of libraries across all schools. But these challenges are not insurmountable. Despite the fiscal pressures, the department remains resolute in expanding access to libraries, reading materials. Our goal is clear, Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, that we aim at least 1,500 schools to have functional, well-resourced libraries. One of the reasons that we are lifting up this one, you'll remember that there is a serious debate internationally that in the developing countries, Deputy Speaker, there is a crisis of reading with comprehension and meaning. That's an international debate. But that debate falls short of science, whether it is a result of an unresolved question, Honorable Speaker, of language policy. I send ke langoko kapila. Can they write that math and physics if they can be taken here and write it in the Smpondo? Can they write it? So the debate about whether the kids are able to comprehend or not has got a language efficiency issue. Hence, the Eastern Cape has been advancing the debate of the mother tongue bilingual education ever since 2012. And last year, then the minister agrees that this is a national matter, not a provincial matter. We should have taken it a long time ago. So we welcome that gesture of accepting that we are Africans, nothing else but Africans. Again, Chair, reviving the library information services function and improving coordination at the provincial level is one of the achievements that we can be proud of. The collaboration between the sister departments, DISRAC, Department of Education, of basic education and the alignments thereof to avoid the publication. I am also lifting up this thing because you'll remember that at some point, these libraries were in municipalities. And when they were taken to DISRAC, there was no proper alignment of policy and resourcing then. Then we have resolved that particular matter now, and we are beginning to shape up and begin to understand what should be done there. We are expanding the number of reading clubs in partnership with Nalibali, growing from the current 60 clubs to 200 clubs in the main. To improve the accountability, we are developing an electronic monitoring system for school libraries, allowing real-time tracking of functional and access to education. But key to that, Deputy Speaker, maybe we must also clarify this thing. Basic education is not about access. Basic education is about access and success. Because once you leave that argument there, you run a risk of kids getting into school but have got nothing success out of the post-schooling system in basic education. So you must be able to track them, whether they are acknowledged, whether the information that they have been acquiring has been able to assist them to develop to the levels that are required for them to be participating in the economy that has been prepared for. So that's why I'm saying, from time to time, we must have these twins. Access, success. Access, success. So that you don't miss up that particular narrative. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in line with the digital strategy of the province and the education systems transformation plan, we are embracing the technology to bridge the gap between the traditional and modern learning. Our e-library solution provides access to e-books, video stimulation, past papers, and other CAPS-aligned material, both online and offline, through C3 server. Each device can serve up to 250 users simultaneously, and it has already been distributed to 841 schools across the province. This is one area that the province can pride itself with. If you remember during the COVID, if we didn't took that decision of changing the outlook of education in the province into a digital and e-learning schooling system, so that you mitigate the crisis that was going to be there at that time, then maintain the momentum at that level and begins to intervene for those that are coming from the rural areas, won't be where we are now. So that's why we have got studios on e-learning solutions across all the institutes that we have, so that the best teachers, best educators in the province can be of the best every learner in the province. Angathuba utishala wase ulwazi ugood kakhulu kwi-mathematics aphele bangwase ulwazi. The province must benefit out of that particular skill. So the e-learning has assisted us a great deal on that one.
2 minutes.
We have also partnered, Honorable Speaker, as I said in the beginning. But as I round up, Chair, we are featuring a principal's book week so that you can encourage schools to participate at that level. And also we are arguing here for the institutionalization of the campaign that we launched in August. Uyafunda nakwakho. So that you take the reading strategy out of the classroom. You relocate it back to where it belongs in the house in the house states, so that you can be able to sustain the capacity of the learners, so that you can sustain the capacity of the nation in developing the cognitive development, but equally keep the learners busy interacting with their own respective parents at that particular level. As we reflect on this journey, on Deputy Speaker, towards building a reading nation, the vision of the every child in the Eastern Cape having access to a functional, resourceful library, whether physical or digital, is not a distant dream, but a goal within the reach. We are moving with purpose, reviving the library, information services functions, embracing digital innovation, forging meaningful partnership with both private and public sector. Together, these efforts represent a renewed commitment to literacy and lifelong learning. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. We support the motion.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the motion. Any objections? Thank you so much. That concludes the discussion on the matter and the business of the day. The House will adjourn until the 3rd of November 2025 at 6 o'clock, virtually. It will be virtually, Honorable Mvoko and Honorable Williams. You seem to be very shocked. I am now going to convince the Speaker, if can't we call another one even after that, so that you are less shocker. Yeah, on the 3rd of November at 6 o'clock, it will be virtually for the consideration of the final mandate on the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill. Yeah. Sorry? Lunch is served in the dining hall. 3rd of November 2025, 6 o'clock, virtually. Thank you very much. The House is adjourned.